national anthems of Kenya and East Africa. Yeah. Let's be seated. No, let's start. Otherwise, the program will crash. Welcome to 100 years of the existence of Allidina Visram High School, the school where we all cherish our days in education and meeting our friends. Thank you all for coming over. The hall should get full up before the end of the morning. There is traffic problems as usual. Amongst us today will be people or colleagues who have come all the way from 15 different countries. So everybody has sacrificed his time to come over. This is a culmination of almost 3-4 years hard work by the organizing committee led by Mr. Praveen Pandya and Pindit Tamana. I'll introduce the organizing committee later. A few housekeeping items. The safety aspect, the escape, God forbid, you got the two ways. Either you go the stairs on the right or the left. The left is the preferred one, which sends you into the parking area. The toilets, gents and ladies, is over there. For those souvenir items, there is a souvenir magazine that has been prepared. There are only limited copies of 1,000 to be sold here, and there'll be another event of old Allidinians in London on 1st December. So they're only limited copies. They are being sold for 2,000. Yeah, they are a bit on the high side, but if you see the material that is inside it, it's a souvenir to keep for life. There are also souvenirs, there's T-shirts and there's bags that they're only limited items. I think we've done about 100 of each if it's available again, only limited numbers, and they're sold at a very reasonable price. For now, it gives me privilege and pleasure to introduce you our keynote speaker, Professor Leila Abdulaziz. Leila Abubakar, the wife of my friend Abdulaziz here. Leila is a Vice Chancellor at the Technical University of Mombasa. She is a product of Allidina. She left in the year 1980. She is a professor in biochemistry. She's done her PhD and MSc in the University of Nairobi. She's won several awards. She's got several appointments as well, the key being the member of Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms, which is currently going on in Kenya. So it's my humble privilege and pleasure to invite Professor Leila to address the crowd.
I'm waiting for him to sit.
Morning, Fred.
Morning.
All protocols observed. Distinguished all Allidinians who are here with us today, ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum. Good morning to each one of you. It gives me great pleasure to join you all on this auspicious occasion where we meet as alumni of our great institution, Allidina Visram High School. This important meeting today allows us to meet again after so many years. For most of us, this will be an opportunity to indulge in nostalgic reminiscence of the past as we interact with our former classmates, our former teachers, and staff members. As alumni, this is a window for us to notice the various changes that our alma mater has undergone. Our distinguished alumni, it is indeed my honor and privilege to deliver this keynote speech under the theme, Re-engineering Education System in Kenya for Sustained Economic Growth. Now, to navigate this transformative journey, we must embrace fundamental shift, a shift that demands holistic action across a spectrum of dimensions. Time and again, we hear the all too familiar message from our 21st century employers that too many school leavers and graduates today simply do not possess the key skills that they are looking for. Indeed, you always hear of half-baked graduates, and sometimes I ask myself, who is the one who actually put these graduates in the oven to begin with, and who then removed them before they were fully baked? But that's a story for another day. As I said, these graduates have or lack basic employability soft skills communication skills, teamwork, and knowing how to behave professionally in a working environment. This is frequently cited as a problem with our current high school graduates. This is also compounded by a paucity of actual work experience and industry exposure. Our distinguished alumni, in an era defined by rapid change, the relevance of our education stands paramount. It compels us to forge strong alliances between our educational institutions and industries, a collaboration that resonates with the spirit of our United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 4, which talks about quality education. By joining forces with experts like you who are here today and like-minded organizations and government, we identify skill gaps and co-create programs that seamlessly sync with the dynamic rhythms of the market. Through these synced curricula, we empower our youth and learners to not only secure employment, but to lead an innovation and entrepreneurship fueling sustainable economic growth. As you all know, each one of us who have been through Allidina Visram High School, we have been able to make a mark in the society. So we are actually able to help our youth when it comes to some of these attributes that we are talking about. As they say, as Henry Ford said, coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. And working together is success. So through open dialogues and collaboration, we can identify current and future skills gaps, enabling us to design our curricula that are not just academically sound, but also deeply relevant to the demands of the job market. By providing our learners with skills that directly translate into meaningful employment, we equip them to be versatile contributors to our economy. Moreover, by integrating aspects of innovation, problem solving, and entrepreneurship in our curricula, we cultivate a generation that is poised to shape the future and not just follow it. Fellow colleagues, modern infrastructure is more than just brick and mortar. It is the foundation for practical knowledge, thus the need for investing in the state-of-art infrastructure. It's an investment in learning experience that transcends the theoretical, a vision amplified by many who have walked the journey before and were able to succeed. Equipped workshops, laboratories, training facilities offer learners opportunities to engage in hands-on learning, fostering skills that address real-world challenges. These environments amplify learning outcomes and cultivate the practical expertise required to navigate complex professional landscape. I would like, at this juncture, to esteem our old Allidinian Association for the various roles and efforts that they have made in improving our infrastructure at our alma mater. Allow us to really applaud those old Allidinians who have actually helped in some of our infrastructure and renovation in our institutions. We sincerely thank you for the contribution that you have made so far, but as a team, we can still come together and do more. Hands-on learning experiences, supported by cutting-edge technology, simulate real-world scenarios. These environments cultivate confidence and competence among our learners, preparing them to tackle the complexities of the professional world with ease. Investment in the state-of-art infrastructure isn't just an expenditure. It is an investment in our country's future, strengthening our ability to compete at the global stage. Ladies and gentlemen, economic freedom is intricately tied to innovation and creation. Thus, the call to cultivate a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. There's a need to promote business development skills through adoption of business incubation and accelerated programs in our secondary and tertiary institutions. Our education systems must nurture a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. As the ethos of one of the best innovators, Duncan, said, innovation is the ability to convert our ideas into invoices. Nurturing creativity and critical thinking and problem-solving skills empower our learners and youth to become architects of economic growth. This culture of self-reliance fosters an environment where graduates are not just job seekers, but job creators, propelling our country towards prosperity. By cultivating an environment where risk-taking is encouraged and failure is seen as a stepping stone to success, we prepare our youth and our learners to become job creators, innovators, and future leaders. This fosters a culture of self-sufficiency and positions our country as a hub of ingenuity and progress. Digital literacy may arguably be the most powerful tool for social and economic change. Rapid and continuing growth and development in ICT is transforming the ways in which our youth live and work. Using internet, for example, youth can access to both domestic as well as international education and job opportunities that are on the line. Now, unfortunately, due to lack of access to information and communication technologies in our country, our youth cannot exploit their career, business, and education opportunities. And that's where we all come. We need actually to help our alma mater and our youth within the country to be able to access some of these opportunities that are there. I want to give a good example, like I am the Vice Chancellor, as you've heard, of Technical University of Mombasa. We're coming with a program because next to us is Hamis Secondary. And between Hamis Secondary School and our main campus, we have the Mazrui campus, which is at Kiziwi. So we normally have internet facility or our fiber, which passes through or passes just through the Hamis Secondary School and goes to our campus at Mazrui. So what we've agreed is that we are going to actually facilitate internet access to the school. So that is how, wherever you are, you can make an impact and help our schools. We can do the same with Allidina, for example. We can agree that we'll give them this, or we'll be providing as part of our corporate investment. You can actually be able to help some of our institutions. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, integrating technology for 21st century relevance is paramount in our rapidly, where change is the only constant. The integration of technology emerges as an imperative that we cannot afford to overlook. It's not just a choice. It's the very thread that intricately weaves innovation into the fabric of our education. The marriage of education and technology is a transformative journey, empowering us to leap into the future with unwavering confidence. As we embark on this journey of technological integration, preparing our learners not just for jobs, but for careers that demand adaptability and agility. They are being nurtured to thrive in an era of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and augmented reality. A world that requires individuals who can navigate through the digital landscape with confidence and creativity. In conclusion, as we convene at this pivotal Allidina Association conference, let us grasp at the depth of our collective endeavor. This conference is not just an event. It's a springboard for transformation, an agent of evolution for our education system across the country. The discussions, collaboration, insights that are shared here today will hold the potential to redefine our education system and economic progress in our country. Let our Allidinian brand shine and fly high. Let us all continue supporting our institution by offering scholarships to our needy students, mentoring programs. For some of us, even if you're abroad, nowadays, you can volunteer to give a talk to our students so that we can actually be able to expose them. And some of them, they are almost confused when it comes to issues of career. So we can actually be able to guide them when we actually offer to come and give a talk or a seminar in our alma mater. Finally, remember that there are 5 types of people in this world. There are those who make things happen, those who think they make things happen, those who watch things happen, those who wonder what has happened, and those who did not even know anything happened. I believe all of us who are here today belong to the first category. Be blessed, and let us all make things happen. Asanteni, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that inspiring talk. We assure you that part of the organization that has occurred over the last 3-5 years during these coming days, Mr. Praveen Pandya here has been responsible for a lot that she has said in terms of physical outlook of the school. Those of you who will be there tomorrow, you'll be seeing a lot of changes there. And part of the talk that Professor has spoken about in terms of height, you'll see that some of the classes, particularly Form 4, have already started on a digitization program. So, and we have a computer lab at the school also that you'll be able to see. As I said earlier, the group that is here is from over 15 countries, excluding Kenya. Therefore, this is an opportunity to interact and get to know each other better. We are part of the same family at the school, so let us work, let us socialize. We've had 2 events already. One is the tumbling down, the other one is yesterday at the Gymkhana, which I wasn't feeling so good. Today we have the banquet, we have coffee breaks, so this is another opportunity. And tomorrow, Saturday, we will be at the school, and Saturday night we're having at the marina in Mtwapa. So please partake into as many activities as possible. I see some of the people, our friends have not come. I think there could be traffic problems over there. Let me take this opportunity of introducing the organizing committee This organizing committee has been on for the last 3-5 years, some even longer. Typical is our chairman, Mr. Praveen Pandya, who has been literally secured at the school full-time, supervising all the construction that has been going on, the renovation. This is the brainchild of Mr. Pandya together with Mr. Indimuli, the principal, who still hasn't come. So, Mr. Pandya, can you stand up to... It's okay. You're okay. Okay. Let's give a clap to him. The conference chairman, the person, the brainchild of organizing all the conference and all the activities outside has been Mr. Pindi Tamana, a friend I've known for many years from the hockey days. He's the one actually who invited me to join the team, and it's been a pleasure and privilege of mine to be part of the team. He's worked very hard, I can assure you, over the last 3-4 years. Monthly meetings we've been having, follow-up meetings and all that. Thank you, Mr. Tamana. Mr. Kishosha is our treasurer at the Old Allidina Association, but apart from counting money and accounting for it, Mr. Kishore has been working behind the scenes. He's been a fundraiser, he's been, you know, whenever there's something, a hiccup or somewhere, he's the one who solves our problems on the ground. Thank you very much, Mr. Kishore. Yeah. Dr. Amir Laka has not come. He should be here with the principal. Dr. Amir Laka, thank you. Is here?
Good timing.
Good timing. Where's Dr. Amir? Can you ask him to come in, please? So, I'll introduce him. Boniface Mali, who is here, has been giving his time for the ICT work, publicity, analysis. It's been very helpful. Mr. Viresh Paul, the son of the famous, our famous teacher, J.C. Paul, he's come all the way from England. And again, he's a finance man like I am, like the other guys. But he has been very helpful calculating our costings and making sure that those costs are controlled. Here is Dr. Amir Laka. He's still standing. Dr. Amir Laka, again, is the pillar in the organizing committee. Dr. Amir Laka is the one that is linked to the AAG group, Allidina Alumni Group. And if you go, when we go to the school and see those TVs and the ICT learning, he's the one who did it. All right? He did that, and he raised funds for it, and he's continuing this process. When we finish with our conference, Dr. Amir will still be there, making sure that all the classes are digitized. Thank you, Amir. And then committee members include Mr. Nitin Pandya. Yeah. Monica Solanki, she's outside there. She's been working very hard with a lot of planning, and Mr. Vijay Patel, here is all the way from UK. We've been together working in the committee. We want to, where are these guys? Yeah. They're coming.
One second. Good morning, everyone. Professor, good morning to you. Professor Lida, other professors, all the friends from all over the world. I must mention this young man. he has mentioned everyone. But this young man is a man who you can trust to do anything. So when I was given the task by our chairman, he appointed me his vice chairman, international secretary, and I appointed myself as conference director. So anyway, so the first person that came to my mind was this young man. We have worked together in course hockey, in Mombasa Sports Club, other places, and Said is one man I could rely on, close my eyes, and he will do it. Said, thank you very much for you all the time. He's been on my side. He's been a great help. And if you want to do anything, ask him. And of course, Nitin Pandya is the one who dragged me in to take me to Praveen Pandya in 2019 when I was here for Mombasa show. So he said, let's go to school. I didn't know what's going to happen, but they gave me all the work. So thank you, Nitin. And thank you very much. I think Said has one announcement to make now about the team.
Okay. Before I invite the team, I'm told the Board of Management of Allidina Bisramai School here. Could you, Aziz, you are one of them? Can you please show you have your colleagues here? Yeah. Samira, okay. Here.
Good morning, Assalamu alaikum.
Salam wa rahmatullah.
My name is Ibrahim Khamis,
Karibu.
Chairman of the Board of Management. There's something called the Board of Management, set up by the government in all its government institutions, colleges and schools. So it so happens also that I'm also a former student of Allidina. I joined in 1982, Form 1. Together with Dr. Juza Huka, who was my classmate. In fact, my name was first in the register, this was in Juza Ibrahim. And I left in 1985 in Form 4 with the Division 1, and then I went ahead with my life. I worked in the bank for close to 20 years at Bank Limited, trained in Karachi also. And here I am now, semi-retired, doing financial consultancy. And I was picked when the board was first called last year in August. My colleagues, Mr. Abdulaziz, Madam Samira is my vice chair. She is also a former Indian. She came to the A levels. Mr. Abdulaziz is also a former Allidinian. So we are lucky in the board. We have an array of experiences, all from Allidina. And when it comes to all the students, I'm a backbencher there with my chair, Mr. Praveen, who we are lucky to have. The things that have been done at the school, at the physical infrastructure, first of all, the hardware part, has been immense. Governments are struggling with funds. The things that have been done at Allidina could not have been done by the government. And thanks to our chair, who religiously is at the site most of the time, and Mr. Laka there, the things that have been done, I think you'll be there tomorrow and come and see what has been done. Whatever has been done at the physical level has been done by this association. So we are very grateful, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of the members. Finally, I think there's a presentation in the afternoon here by the school, by the principal, Mr. Indimuli, and we'll chip in to assist on that also. So we'll be together. We thank you so much for coming after so many years. I thought I'm 40 years, my professor, Professor Mohammed Bakari at the University of Nairobi. Thank you so much. When I see the rest of you guys, I know how old I am also. Thank you so much. God bless us all.
Professor Leila, when you were talking about digitization, your work between the University, Khamis, Sunday, Mazrui, whatever, I had the privilege of visiting Madam Samira's Center of Excellence in Likoni, and there's tremendous work being done there, huge. So Allidinians are everywhere and working to promote. It gives me pleasure now to invite a team from Travelers. They have a few words to speak about. Karibu. This year, she has been of tremendous help. Karibu.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melba Tieng. Most of you have already interacted with and met with. It's been a very nice week, an interactive session. We are very happy to host you at Travelers Beach Hotel. Welcome and feel at home. So a few safety and just a brief. The rest of the team are on their way. They are coming. They'll just say hi. But for now, so that we can leave the program, you can continue, I'd like to say a few words to the chairman, the vice chair, the board of directors, and the whole team. Tea, you'll have tea at around 10. It's just at the back. Tea at your own convenience. We have prepared a lot of stuff, so you can have plenty of it. Feel free, feel at home. Lunch is downstairs. It's called Shibe Restaurant. That one is also set for the whole team only. Also, the 4 o'clock tea is also at the back of the conference hall, so feel free. As for the safety and security in case of any emergency, when we say emergency, we first start with ourselves. So in case you're not feeling well or anything, we have our hotel nurse and we have a doctor on call. So also, when you want to go to the washrooms, we have washrooms at the back of the conference. We have others downstairs. And in case of any other emergency, the exits. We have exit at the entrance where you came in from, and then we have another exit here. We have fire alarms in case of anything, and we also have security patrol who are patrolling and making sure that the hotel security is on point. So other than that, you're most welcome. The rest of the team, the management, they will come later on, and then they'll also introduce themselves. So have a very nice and pleasant conference and banquet dinner. Thank you.
Is anybody from? No, nothing. We want to go. Ladies and gentlemen, the team of travelers are not yet here, so we would suggest that we take coffee break. I think tea and coffee is there, or we can have a break and then come back. Our principal, Mr. Indimuli, is here. He has arrived. So if you can please. Okay.
Hello everyone. I hope you had your tea and coffee, enjoy yourselves, had a nice chat to old friends. And I must say one thing before I tell you the other things, is one Indimuli, the principal of Allidina High School, since he has come and joined us, a lot of things have happened. He's been a great help, and we have always tried to contact them, and they're always there for us. So it's always a good news. One quick announcement. We are going to have a big banquet in London at the Indian Gymkhana Club on the 1st of December. And I'm lucky, I've got a few of my committee members here. I've got Dr. Amir Lakha. Amir, can you stand? Oh yeah, here. Viresh Paul, Vijay Patel, and Jayanti. Jayanti, where are you? Anyway, he's somewhere there. Okay, so these guys, there's some others on the committee. My international secretary for London is my very good friend Said Mubarak. I can never leave him alone to go anywhere. He's going to work with me. And I hope you bought the school magazine. It's a beautiful presentation, and it is something you can keep for another year, 100 years. So please buy them. There are a lot of memorable things in there. Okay? And Viresh has tried to make me an auctioneer. So I'll start. The school T-shirt, the school shirt, beautifully done. So we'll be always there with you, remembrance of your days in Allidina High School. And the beautiful bag, designed by Kishore Shah here. And there's really good, Kishore, thank you very much. Great. So they're all on sale. Please buy yours. Okay? Thank you very much. And I'll hand you. I will hand you over to our chairman, Mr. Praveen Pandya, the guy who is behind the whole organization. He's done a lot of hard work. Allidina looks new. You may not even recognize it.
Okay.
Madam Chairman.
Right. Okay. So there are three speakers who are coming. One regarding he is the chairman, he is in charge of the infrastructure and all. And then Dr. Amir Lakha will speak on the digitization program. And Mr. Indimuli, the principal, will speak about the general. Yes, sir. Karibi. Okay.
My side is here. What time do you want to come?
And I will be as brief as possible. One of the reasons for that is the fact that tomorrow is the day when I will be able to take you around the school and show all the changes that we have brought in. But for the time being, I'll be very brief. And the main thing is I want to tell you people as to how I managed to start the project. After a very long time, very many years, all right? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. After very many years, I decided to go to Allidina school, and it so happened the present principal was a deputy at that time. Now, when I was there and when I stepped into the school, I bowed down as per our tradition, and Mr. The principal, at that time he was the vice principal, he asked me what I was doing, and I told him I'm bowing down and thanking the institution which has made me what I am. Now, and he asked me whether I would help in starting the ceremony for 100 years. I didn't think any long for that. I asked him, and I said, yes, I am prepared to take and do something for the school, which has done so much for me. And then sorry, sorry, my apologies, this is what I was. And I decided to take over the job, but I made conditions that I will only do it and take over the job if my conditions are met with. And one of the main conditions was that I will not hold any election. I will nominate the people and I'll select my own people for the committee. If the school is prepared to accept that, I am prepared to work. Now, I will not discuss the changes and the renovation we have done so far, but I have put in my heart in what we have done. And when you are there tomorrow, when we are going around the school, you will see for yourself. But I am open to criticism, good or bad. I think I will leave it at that.
Just, Dr. Amir, just here. He's going to.
Is it on? Professor Leila, Chairman of All Allidina Association, Sir Pandya, Chairman of the Celebrations Committee, Mr. Pindi Tamana, Honorary Secretary of the Celebrations Committee, Syed Mubarak, all distinguished guests, friends, colleagues, good morning and Assalamu alaikum and welcome. It is a great pleasure to be present among you today. It is where we are celebrating the centenary celebrations of Allidina Visram High School. It is a privilege to be present. It is once in a lifetime opportunity which a lot of people do not understand about. But I will tell you that there is a lot more significance to this gathering than what you think. This school, which has helped all of us to rise to great lengths, great heights, was losing its splendor, was losing its glory. And whereas it was the topmost school in the year 2000 in the whole of the Republic of Kenya, with 9.977 score, it went down to almost 3 score. So what happened? Lots of things happened. We are not going to go into that. But it went into a school which you would not recognize. When you go tomorrow, you'll see a different picture. The desks, the chairs were completely broken, the buildings were grossly dilapidated, and the performance was very, very poor. In the last 10 years, not one student had got grade A. That is Allidina Visram High School I'm talking about. You remember the school where only the cream of Mombasa were admitted. That was, you would not recognize that school, but things change. So, under the leadership of Sir Pandya, a lot of renovation work was done, a lot of furniture and all sorts of things were done at great expense to his time and effort, and that has been restored. So the splendor of the buildings has been restored. There was another organization, Allidina Alumni Group, who were those students who really had feelings for the school. They combined. They formed a WhatsApp group. I became a member. And then I realized that, okay, we can change the appearance of the school, but if the performance is low, then we are really not achieving anything, because the school is there for performance. So we said, what are we going to do about it? So we started collecting funds through the group, and we distributed for buying revision notes, textbooks, and we organized extra classes in the morning, early morning, weekends, paying laboratory technicians to come weekends and also open up the laboratories, and examination coaching. Plus give rewards of 5,000 shillings for each student who would get a grade A. So this is what we did to start with. But I thought this was not enough. So I said there must be another way. Then I met my friend and my father's friend's son, Musti Mamuji, and he was introduced to me again by Kishore Bhai, who reminded me about him, and he introduced me, gave me his number. I contacted him, and Musti Mamuji agreed to give 1 million, and I agreed to match his 1 million. So we had 2 million. So we had 2 million in the pot before the project of digitalization starts. And this is a good sign, when you have money first and then the project starts. So then I went around to different countries, different towns, different schools, met specialists in IT and education, promotion people, and learned what digitalization is, because it's not my job, so I had to learn. So we started to establish what was needed for digitalization at Allidina Visram High School. And the principal, Mr. Indimuli, was most useful and very supportive and very cooperative in setting up everything. That support had helped to achieve so much that now there is a digitalization system already in place in Allidina Visram High School, where not only students can learn by watching the TV in their class, but the teacher, there one teacher in one class, lead class, can talk to 5 different classes. One teacher teaching through 5 different classes, and interaction between the students and that teacher as well. Something very unusual. Plus, whatever lecture is given by that teacher, and that teacher has to be A1. When that teacher gives that lecture, is recorded and is put on the website as YouTube of Allidina Visram High School. And the students can go back and refer to this lecture again. This way, they get a lot of retention. Not only that, digitalization actually helps in the sense that you perceive text on one side of the brain, then there's another side of the brain which perceives color, sound, pronunciations, pictures. So the retention of knowledge is much more using digitalization. So then we said, okay, we are going to set up this, and then there was a shortfall of 500,000 shillings. And a friend of mine, his name is Dr. Mohsin Jafar, and his wife, Mrs. Fauzia Jafar, under the Jafar Foundation, they agreed to donate 500,000. So we completed the first phase of digitalization at Allidina High School. At the same time, we said just giving education is not enough. It's going to be extracurricular activities. Like when I was a student, there was debating, there was drama, there was elocution, there was sports, cricket. Cricket, Allidina High School was the topmost. Cricket, hockey, swimming, for many years, topmost. We have to reintroduce back that in. So football as well. So there is a football field which the principal organized to re-establish that football field, which is now also being happening. Then there was motivation talks from various very highly qualified professors from the highly qualified professors from all over the world who were Allidinians who came and talked to the students, motivation talks. And they gave talks to the students, and that also helped. So, what happened? When we first started, about 10 months ago, the morale was very low. Performance was very low. And it was really so sad because we had seen what it was before. So after 10 months, now what's happening? After the efforts of everyone concerned, including the principal, Mr. Indumuli, the deputy principals, the staff, the board of management, and the students themselves, they are also working hard now. The morale is much higher and is improving daily, as well as the performance, education performance is improving because we know from the results of the mock exams that they have been having. So we are seeing some results already, quick results, and we shall work together to restore the splendor and the glory that Allidina High School enjoyed in the past. Finally, we also said that these students who leave Allidina High School after Form 4, they all must be occupied. They may not go to university, but they can go to the vocational training college, which runs under Madam Samira, who is here, and or they can go to the Technical University Mombasa, which is run by Professor Leila, and then we have Mr. Muhammad Ibrahim, who is a specialist in finance. We can have microfinance given to the students and train them in business or in their skills, and they can be helped to get into business or whatever they want, or get them employed. And the careers master, Mr. Ali Sadia, has been appointed to look into this matter to see who has been already given an occupation or who has got a placement. If not, we have to ensure that each and every Allidina High School student is employed or in school or college doing something. Very, very important, because when you have a young mind which is vacant and has got nothing to do, it gets distracted, and we don't want that. So we are also working on that. So with that, sorry I took a little longer. With that I end. Thank you very much.
Those of you who don't know Dr. Amir Laka, Dr. Amir Laka ran a very successful medical clinic in London, and he's retired. He is a World Peace Ambassador by UN. He's won CSR Global Awards. He does a lot of charity work. We are involved together in some charities, and he does a lot of inspirational talk, empowerment, particularly the economic part. We spent a lot of time in Dubai together researching the digitization. We got presentations made by the technical people as part of the process. So thank you very much, Dr. Mir. Dr. Dishon Indumuli, karibu. Huyu ndio principal wetu 1 year, but he has done miracles during this 1 year. Karibu.
Professor Leila, Board of Management, Organizing Committee, Allidinians, happy birthday. We are here today to mark a very important occasion, the 100 years of existence. This is actually to audit the school. When this school was established, it was supposed to be a memorial. When Wakfu gave the land, they wanted support to support the community. And this has gone beyond that. This was supposed to be a dream. Instead, this dream has turned into a reality, and this reality has made dreams of many young children realized. When I was going through the souvenir, one of the first articles I looked at, the writer was talking about how he came from India. And when he came to Allidina Visram, he thought he was actually in paradise. When he compared what was in India and what was here, was way apart. The differences were big. And in that, he has achieved his dream. And I believe this is what Allidina Visram wanted to happen. Today, when I'm in this hall, I have been to technical universities very many times. Professor Leila might not know. She doesn't know, actually. This digitization program, we started from her institution. When I found that there was such a thing that was supposed to be done, I said, this can only be realized through going to the university next to us. I'm sure they are way miles ahead of us. I talked to the registrar, and the registrar allowed me in. I came with my team. And from that, we built on it. Professor, we are miles ahead of you. Thanks to the alumni here. Next time, benchmark with us. As I am in this room, I was looking at, if Allidina Visram was a business entity, we would have established a hospital with highly specialized doctors. They are seated amongst us here. If it was a business that has to do with finance, all the financial minds we have are here, seated here. If we were to establish a higher institution of learning, we already have a vice chancellor. So why am I coming with all this? I'm looking at now, how do we go back to where we are supposed to be? That is the question I've brought here, and I know I'll have a session in the afternoon where we engage more about that. Today, when we talk about digitization, the way I'm talking to you here, I would be addressing all classrooms at the same time, courtesy of the alumni headed by Dr. Amir Laka. This is an achievement that we even didn't think about. It can happen, actually, even in my lifetime, in a public institution. At the same time, today, we don't need to go for assembly. It's a waste of time. We only need to sit in one room, in my office, and we address learners. in their classrooms, taking 5 minutes. And they can give us feedback. It is a system that gives feedback. It is interactive. It is interactive. That today we have a shortage of 40 teachers. But because of this system, this shortage is now like it's not there. We have so many challenges in the school that we shall address later. I now want to say something about my friend. I call him my friend. When we met, I was calling him Mr. Pandya. Then he called me aside. He told me, "Why are you calling me Mr. Pandya? I have another name. I'm called Pravin. So from today, I'm Pravin." The day he's talked about, when he came to school, I was the deputy principal then. I saw a very sleek car come into school. I was seated in my office. So I said, "Oh, maybe we have a minister. Our school is visited with so many." So I observed. Sorry to use that. I saw an old man come out. Then he walked. At that time, that was my impression at that particular time. He bent down, knelt down, then kissed the ground. So after that, we had a very long talk with him. He tried to explain to me what he was doing, and I understood. Then I told him, "Please come another day." Now when he came back, I had had enough time to think about what do we need. If Mr. Pravin here is an alumni, I went back to the admission book. The school has produced 20,000 students up to today, 20,000. So I said, this school is going down. There are no funds to run this school. How can I bring the alumni on board? How can the alumni bring back their school? How can the alumni again be proud of the institution that they went through? So we started this organization with Mr. Pravin here. And we have had a lot of struggles. At times, we were only the two of us. We would call a meeting. We are 2, we are 3, we are 4. So at one point, it looked like it is going to die. But he kept on saying, "No, we have to move on." And this is where we are. We became part of his family. The school became part of his family. Today, if he doesn't call me at 6:30, I'll find out, is Pravin okay? Even today, I'm late courtesy of Pravin. On my way here, he told me, "You are coming here. Before you reach here, go back and see how is my work going on." So I sent an apology. I said, "We have Mr. Paul. Will he understand me? He's very firm. He wants me here by 9. He said, "No, that is okay. We'll handle Mr. Paul." Mr. Paul, that's why Viresh, I've heard they call him Viresh. Sorry for that. I even know Sanjay, his son. I don't know him in person, but I know the name every day just to tell me about Sanjay. So what I'm trying to say is that Pravin here has been here representing you, doing all your work more than you actually are aware of. As we celebrate 100 years of the school, I believe the next time we are coming here is to celebrate 100 years of Mr. Pandya's life. I believe that is the next celebration, and when we call for that, please come if you are able. He has done so much for us as an alumni, as a school. That is the only honor we can actually give him. Finally, I want to thank all of you for having taken your time first, used your resources to come back here. This is something that can only happen once in a lifetime. And I know for having made that decision with a school of 20,000, but it's only you who have come here, we are not taking that lightly. We are highly honored. Please Let us continue in the same way. Let us ensure this school goes back to where it is. Our school staff are very dedicated as we speak today. We are headed in the right direction. We have given them a challenge. You have actually given us a challenge. Next year, we want to produce 100 students going to the university to mark this occasion. We are working on that with all we can. One aside, you'll allow me?
Yeah, go on.
I wish to, at this juncture, to introduce my board of management. They are here. They are the people who are behind the scenes. You only see me, but we have them here. Please, kindly. My chairman is here.
We've introduced them.
You've introduced them.
Yeah.
It is okay. My chairman is there. Very supportive. We have Madam Samira here. And we have Mr. Abdulaziz. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sorry, before you go, several people have come to ask me about tomorrow's program. Can you please tell them exactly what we are doing, what time they need to be there?
I'll share the program, soft copy. I'm a part of the program. So I'm part of the WhatsApp group. I'll share it there. However, I wish, it is my wish, all of us are in the school tomorrow, latest by 9. Why am I saying that? We want to take you down memory lane. We want to go to the classrooms, take photographs there, sit in your classroom, meet the students who are there, see what you've been sending me. Have I been using that money well, or have I been misusing it? We need to go and do that. We need that time. Then also, we have a challenge. The teachers have said, we have the old boys here. We are also here. We shall not give them the young boys. We have a tug of war before the event starts. The old boys and the teachers. I'm sure I can see very energetic people here. We can pull all the teachers. So kindly let us do that to mark that celebration.
And then because some people told me they don't look at WhatsApp.
Okay, so the program starts at 9 with the visit of the school. We go around the school, see what has been happening. Then after that, we shall have speeches from 10, latest to 1. And after that, then we shall have lunch together. It's a very short program. We didn't make it very long. So it's between 9 and 1. Mainly speeches, but we have entertainment. And one of the items in the entertainment, it is us doing tug of war. I think that is the best we could do for tomorrow.
Ndimuli. Now we're going back to the program, and what I see here is in the line of duty celebrating the life of a fallen Allidina veterinarian. Now this is a gentleman who was very dear to all of us. We may not have been in the same class, but we played hockey together during those days, and he faced his tragic death. And my friend here, Pindi, who's been closer to him since childhood, he'd be telling you the story of what happened.
Thank you, everyone, again. It is indeed, was a very tragic story of a very dear friend and alumni of Allidina Western High School. I'm going to talk about the life of an extraordinary young man who loved wildlife and worked with the wildlife. And unfortunately, he was killed by the animals he loved so much. Zahoor Kashmiri was born on 14th October 1950, and his childhood he spent in Kajiado before his family moved to Mombasa. And I was fortunate because I met him first when he was around 8 or 9 years old. His older brother was a very close friend of mine. And Zahoor was a very mischievous young man, but very bright. And we moved on from there to Mukupa Primary School. There's some ex-students from Mukupa here. And my brother happened to be his teacher when he was in Mukupa Primary School. He later on moved to Allidina Wisdom High School. And later on, I used to run the Young Farmers Clubs of Kenya on the Kenya coast. He was very keen on animals and other wild animals and domestic animals. So he became a member of Young Farmers Club, and later on he was on my committee at the showground on the Young Farmers Club committee. With his interest in wildlife and animals, he decided to go to University in Nairobi, qualified as a veterinary surgeon, and was posted to Maralal, very far away from the life he used to enjoy in big cities. So one day he rang me up, he said, they all called me Pindi. He said, Pindi, I've come to a terrible place here. There's nothing here, and I'm not enjoying anything. At that time, I had started my own private business, Coast Agriculture and Veterinary Services. I was still the District Agriculture Officer, Mombasa, but we were allowed to start our own side businesses. So I told him, I said, Zahoor, why don't you come and be my partner, and you run the clinic? So that's when Zahoor moved to Mombasa, joined my clinic in Ganjoni, and became a partner. And I used to have very good connections with the African Safari Club. So slowly we got all the contracts with African Safari Club, which was a big organization at that time. So Zahoor used to go and look after all their animals, including a cheetah, which was in the tennis court of the managing director in Shimla Teva. And that's another story to tell, because the cheetah died. We skinned the cheetah, we took the meat to Kibrani, and within 5 minutes the meat had disappeared. So, the starvation of people who would eat anything. So, and I was coming back to his tragic death. He was working on the, I think before I go there, he was the first man who was able to translocate elephants in the whole of the country and probably whole of Africa. He translocated 228 elephants, tranquilized them, put them on lorries from Shimba Hills and took them to Savo East. And that was one of his big events, and he became a very well-known person in those circles. Then he continued to work, and there's something which is not minuted anywhere, no records. While we were together, there was a disease. The cows in the Voi area were all having some problem with their ears. And the veterinary officers from the government tried to find a cure. They failed. Zahoruddin Kashmiri, my good friend Zoro, who took up the case, he found a remedy. Unfortunately, other people took the credit for what he had done. So that was Zahoor. And the irony of the whole situation is that Zahoor loved his animals. He put his life on the line for the wild animals and treated them. And when he was working in Ethiopia, nearer to Eritrea, a rogue bull elephant, very large, one tusk only, he had only one tusk, came and killed him, went through his back. And that was in Zuhur. And very tragic. And this, funny enough, is the same elephant who had tried to attack him a year earlier. So what enmity the elephant had with him? Some people say the elephant never forgets something. But that was the end of Zuhur. A very sad story. When his body was brought back home, thousands of people came to his family home in Tudor, and they were at his burial. There are thousands, local people, and dignitaries involved with the wildlife who were all at his funeral. And I hope you can see Zuhur. Animal is there. There's a young man, very smart young man. And I must tell you one thing. When he used to get annoyed, that is another story. Once a fierce dog tried to attack him, and he kicked the dog so hard, the dog, I never seen dog running faster. So that was when he was annoyed. But he was a great boy, great lad, an all-rounder sportsman in Allidina Visram High School. He played hockey, he played other sports, and we were so close that when once Zuhur moved to Mombasa, he followed me everywhere into the Mombasa Rowing Club, Mombasa Sports Club. We had an organization called JC's, Junior Champion International. He took over from me as the national chairman, and so he was there all the time. Later on, he worked with African Safari Club. He was in charge of the air, African air as well. But tragically, that was what happened to him. While he was working, I must say quickly that we had a very famous actor, Indian actress, living in Nyali. You must have, all the Indians must know her. Mumtaz? Yeah. Mumtaz used to bring her big hounds, Afghan hounds, for treatment. And she was very, very fond of Zorro. So Zorro used to even visit their house and go and help treat the animals even at their house. So that was Zorro. Yeah, okay, I've already mentioned about rogue elephant. Later on, of course, he worked everywhere before he was killed by this rogue elephant. So we're going to show you a video soon. You will see that he used to go everywhere, all the national parks, they used to call him. He was an honorary warden of the national parks and worked with the wardens in every sphere. And lastly, Zuhur, my dear young brother, has gone. But he will never be forgotten, not only by us, but a lot of people who knew him locally, nationally, internationally. And his memory will live on. Thank you. Thank you. We'll a short video. I'm sure there are a lot of his classmates here as well. Good to see you guys, man. So you remember Zuhur? Yes. Very well.
He was very naughty in class.
Very rocking class.
He used to tease girls.
Oh, yeah, of course. He was a girl's man.
I know.
And
He was gorgeous.
I will take the credit of introducing to his very dear girlfriend, Meena Patel. So it was my fault. Thank you. Anmol?
That story of a remarkable man rescuing some of the loudest and fiercest creatures in the world. Kenyans are more missionaries simply because the cares the animals suffer. His passion was to have fateful consequences.
Kenya's spectacular national parks, wild animals But there's trouble in paradise. Sometimes humans are the cause. And sometimes they come to the rescue. Tracking and capturing an injured wild animal like a black rhinoceros isn't easy. Once the tranquilizer dart has found its marks, the team has to be quick. The rhino won't stay under for long. Dr. Support Kashmiri is the veterinarian in charge. After treating its wounds, the team tags the animal and plants its horn as a safety precaution. The black rhino has been driven near to extinction by poaching. But this one will be safe. This was a real factor. This rhino is on his way to an animal sanctuary in Kenya. For Dr. Kashmiri, an instinctive connection with animals led to a lifetime passion for saving large and often dangerous wild creatures.
I think it was his concern and his feelings for ending suffering.
Arthur Din is Dr. Kashmiri's sister.
He just couldn't bear that, pain anymore.
Over the years, Dr. Kashmiri's renown spread throughout his native Kenya and beyond. He was nicknamed Zorro for his fearlessness and his ability to rescue large animals. He frequently worked for no fee.
Basically, one of the main problems we see is that people try to trap animals, try to kill them for food. So a lot of times we come across animals which have either snares on them, or spears, or arrows. That is a man-made problem.
Another animal, another high-risk situation. Baby elephant has been wounded in a snare, but the protected mother has to be anesthetized first. Dr. Support then darts the calf. The herd, now alarmed, swarms around the drugged elephants and threatens the team. A 6-ton bull elephant tries to revive the calf, but wards off the rescuers. But eventually, Dr. Support is able to approach and works with 3 wires around the baby elephant's leg. In time, mother and baby are reunited. The prognosis looks good. Now, a new case. This time, an adult elephant needs running repairs.
So we use a development which has vertical access. So that has one thing is that it is passing very the heat very quickly very well. And that is very important. They must move. As soon as the animal moves, the digestive system gets finished. They want to go into nervous system. As that population becomes more intense, there are more and more dangerous aspects associated with the ever increasing human-wildlife conflict.
The work that Kashmiri did with elephants was really important in places like Kenya because elephants are really quite endangered there.
Melanie Birchie works with the UN to help monitor and protect wild animals like elephants through the Convention on Migratory Species. In the last 12 months alone, she says, about 100 elephants have been killed in Kenya, some because of drought. And some by poaching for ivory.
Elephants, especially during times of hard when there's drought, they'll come into people's homesteads, they'll protect their vegetable gardens, their farms, and in the course of one night, an elephant can wipe out the entire crop that a family depends on for the next 6 months. And so this puts a real conflict between humans and elephants.
This is quite an interesting case of a very nice and big bull elephant, which might have strayed in people's farms, and as a result, he was speared by a Maasai spear on the head. You can see the spear is at least 8 inches into the head, and then, of course, the elephant must have tried to remove the spear and he has rendered us clear. Fortunately, in that part of the hand is basically sinuses. So it is not causing damage to any microrganisms, but of course it is causing our irritation, especially and pain. And if it is not treated, then practically then basically sinuses. One of Dr. Kashmiri's best known and most remarkable rescues took place in the aftermath of the 2004 tsunami that devastated regions of the Indian Ocean. An around 600-pound hippopotamus, whose mother had been killed by the giant waves, was swept out to sea and stranded on a coral reef. Dr. Kashmiri helped transfer the nervous and exhausted hippo, now named Owen by his rescuers, to an animal sanctuary.
As you just spoke away. I'm very glad that we didn't have to immortalize it or use tranquilizers on it. Of course, there is a lot of stress because the environment is in there for some time. But I think we should include this research.
Dr. Kashmiri was right. Owen did settle in. But then something extraordinary took place. Owen was put in a pen that happened to contain a cranky 130-year-old tortoise called Mzee. Maybe it was something about Mzee's rounded shape that reminded Owen of his lost mother. But rather quickly, the pair began to form an unlikely bond. Owen started imitating his new mother figure, observing what Mzee ate and following the tortoise's movements closely. It was the beginning of a beautiful friendship, which stretched into months, and then years. The two became so close, it was hard to separate them. Even when damage to Mzee's shell necessitated some
Come at 12 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah. If you want, it's your call.
Obviously, it's just good and love for each other.
Eventually, Owen was moved to a separate pen with another hippo called Cleo, to hope that they would mate. Sadly, that meant a parting of the ways with Mzee, who might have been hurt by two growing hippos unaware of their own strength. In September 2008, Dr. Kashmiri received a call for help from Ethiopia. The assignment was to lead to tragedy. Once more, the call was about elephants. The doctor's expertise was needed to attach a GPS positioning device to a particularly dangerous bull elephant, the one in this photo. It was Kashmiri's second visit to the herd. His sister was later told what happened.
The only one that is unfortunately right there, struggling with the one that the driver.
No.
The only one that is a lot of people on the streets of Thailand, and he was aggressive, and he was straightforward.
Dr. Kashmiri was killed by the elephant he was trying to save.
I cannot thank my Allah for giving the privilege to being of being a such a situation.
Zorro, in the end, gave his life to stop the suffering of animals. His death was a profound shock for his fellow Kenyans and brought tributes from across Africa and from overseas. Not long before he died, he wrote that he thanked God for having more than his share of good life.
This is a unique experience for people who are supposed to see and work. I think because I especially practice knowledge to somebody else.
14th Geneva Assembly.
Those of you who are going to Hala Park tomorrow, you will probably be able to see the hippo which they've been talking about, and the tortoise. So it will be a fascinating trip. Randy Haller, a Swiss German, did a lot of work there right from the beginning. It was an empty quarry and nothing on the ground, and now it's a forest. And he has introduced fish, tilapia. He's got a lot of crocodile breeding. He does a fantastic job, but he's not there anymore. He passed away a few years back as well. But the work he had carried on at Hala Park it's a fascination. You love it. So, and Zuhur's sister you saw talking now, she now lives in Nairobi with her 2 sons. So, thank you very much. I think Said will introduce our next speaker.
So those of you who are going to the Hala Park, that is also have good memories of the park. The tilapia plant that you will see there, the growth, I assisted in financing that project, and we worked with Rene Hala, who's passed away, for the project that you're going to see tomorrow. Okay. As for Zahur was a hockey player like myself. I played international hockey, but what I saw, the courage that Zahur had was amazing. He is one goalkeeper that I saw who could head the hockey ball. You know that hockey ball? I saw him personally heading that ball. Something I could never do. Yes.
Now Said has started talking about hockey. I must mention when Said was with Bamburi, they had a club called Bobo. And Bobo is the only hockey team in the history of the Coast Province which won the famous M.R. D'Souza Gold Cup in Nairobi, which is a Gold Cup played amongst teams from all over East Africa. So his team, and he was there, Zuhur was in that team, and I happened to be the chairman of Coast Hockey at that time, and Said was my secretary. So Bob done something which nobody else ever did. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pindi. We've just had the honor and privilege of being visited by our Senator of Mombasa, Honorable Omar Faki. You'll come to the mic and say a few words.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. First of all, I want to congratulate the organizers of the anniversary celebrations, the centenary celebrations, for the good work that they have done to bring us together, people from generations and generations. I didn't know Professor Mohammed Bakari is an alumni of Allidina, Professor Leila, Professor Haji, and many, many others. I can only see one person who was a classmate, Dr. Chokwe. He's seated there at the back. He was behind me, I think, for 1 year. So, and then the chairman, the current chairman of the board, Mr. Ibrahim, was also behind me by 1 year. It's a good opportunity for us to meet Sheikh Omar Mwinyi, the MP for Changamwe. I didn't meet him at Allidina, but he's also an alumni like myself. So, sorry for entering into your program. I was not planned to be here, but we are here with a committee of our Senate, and I have my colleague, Senator Betty Montet, She's a nominated senator from Nairobi, representing the special interest. So I thought it's a good opportunity to come and say hello as you continue with your program. Tomorrow we shall be together at the school. We are going to launch the refurbished computer classroom with the Rotary Club of Mombasa, of which I am a member. I will invite my colleague to say hello, and then we allow you to proceed with your program. Thank you very much, and good morning.
To the organizers, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. It's great to be among you. It's great to come and celebrate with you. When I was told that there's a celebration of 100 years, I said, let me go and see what it is. And I'm happy. I'm just thinking while seated there, what a great idea. It must have started as a dream from somebody or a group of people, and here it is. It has produced many, many wonderful people who have helped people not only in Kenya, but in the world around. And I'm just wondering, education, how important it is. If all of us challenged ourselves and said that I'll sponsor that one person who is not able. I know most of you do that a lot. I know the organization does that a lot. But if we took it personally and maybe preach that to many other Kenyans and just take that one person and let that person get that education and make that person great, the difference it will make in this world will be big and believable. So thank you very much. I wish you all the best. I wish you continue being great people in this world, because you are, from what I can see and what I've heard. And I wish you all the best in your celebrations, and may God bless you all.
Thank you. I see my good friend, Honorable Omar Mwinyi, is here, Member of Parliament for Changamwe, and he's doing a great deal of good work in the education sector. Bwana Omari, njoo tupe mawaidha kidogo. Karibu. Salama.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I start with the greetings of peace. I say Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here celebrating 100 years of a school that has actually mentored me. The contribution that this school has made is something that the society is now benefiting from. The motto, life is duty, is still within us. We are still serving with the humility. We can still remember the 10 commandments, which are there at the doorstep of the principal's office, and we are following those steps religiously, I would say. Out of our relationship, I'm very happy. I was just sitting with my friend Salim from California. We've always been communicating, but I sat close to him and I didn't realize that he was the one. And then when he heard that I was being introduced, he said, Omar Mwinyi, I'm Salim. So what a great day, I would say. I'm also happy to see my Professor Abu Bakr, is it Muhammad Bakari? Somebody whom we've been with for a long time. He's really been an inspiration to most of us, I would say. Professor Leila is somebody with whom we are still working together up to this moment. He's very instrumental in most of our activities that we do in Changamwe. He is ever present whenever we require her. We are very happy for that. We have Madam Samir, Samira, she's been our deputy principal at the TVET Institute, that is Institute for, of course, of Technical Vocational Training. And luckily, she has been promoted because of her good work. She's now at Likoni TVET. And my friends here, Bana Kishore, we've been doing business together for quite a while. And yesterday I met a few friends from Bombay. Thank you very much. And Viresh Paul, he told me his father is still alive. He's now 93 years in London. And I told him I keep visiting London almost twice a year. So this time round, I'll make sure I'll come and visit the old man. I'm also in touch with my teacher, Mr. Francis Norona. He is in Canada. We communicate in, via Fo's email. And he is still the Norona you know. The standard of English he writes, I really admire him. He still is the commander of that language to date, and I'm sure he must be somewhere around 90s as well. I promised him that I would visit him, and I think I'll be going to Canada around November. I'll try to locate him so that at least I can sit with him and remind him of our old days. He was a very good teacher. You know, one thing about him, he's somebody who is also a listening chap. You know, he kept on giving me 4 out of 10, whatever I did. 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10. Then one day I told him, let me assure you, in the final exams, I will not get this 3 out of 10 you're giving me. I know I'm better than this. He told me anyway, whatever I'm doing, it is for the good of yourself, so don't mind. Then Mr. Upal, my teacher. This guy, I went into that school from a private school, and I told him I'm very poor in mathematics. I don't know whether I can make it. And he told me in Form 3, I can assure you, you'll never get the worst, grade in this subject with me as your teacher. And he did it. So I'm very happy and very proud of Allidina. It had the best teachers, I would say. And the spirit that we are now nurturing to make it go back to its olden days, I think that is the best thing that we can do. And I want to be a partner in that journey. I remember Mr. Okuya, I remember Mr. Maneno, the principal who could change you just by his speech. He used to carry a cane, but he never used that cane. His words of inspiration, especially at the assembly, was enough to make you to change from whatever bad boy you are into a useful student. For those of you whom we are meeting for the first time, I want to assure you it is something that we've been looking forward to for many years. We were expecting it sometimes in 2019, 2020, but eventually here it is with us. Today we are together, and thanks God it is an opportunity for us to remember for the rest of our lives. For those who have traveled from as far as USA, UK, Bombay, and the rest of the world, I wish you a safe journey when you go back there, and perhaps we should, this conference should actually make it possible for us to have our contacts shared so that we can still communicate, because the world is very small. You never know, one day you'll just find yourself in Bombay. So I would love to end there and to congratulate the team. My brother here is somebody who has been very close with me since 1990s when we were doing our politics during the multi-party era.
During the IPK.
During the IPK days. He was actually a pillar. He was really supportive. And we are still communicating to date. Thanks God, I'm seeing you today. I'm very happy. And one thing, you are never growing old. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best of luck. And may this conference herald the beginning of a new Allidina, where our students, our parents will also be proud of that institution, just like we do. I can see Mr. Pandya is coming. Mr. Pravin Pandya? Is it Pravin? Nitin Pandya. Welcome, Mr. Pandya. Thank you very much.
There is only one Pravin.
Pravin is here with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Professor Laila, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I've got an announcement. We are privileged to have with us today as a special guest Bhai Sahib by Dr. Mohinder Singh, all the way from UK. He was, I think, in Germany a few days ago at a conference. He's flown specially from UK to come and join us at the conference, at the banquet. He was in Allidina as well. So, Bhai Sahib, welcome. Thank you very much for coming. I will ask Nitin Pandya to come and tell us more about Bhai Sahib. Nitin.
Okay. Nitin, then introduce him to Pravin.
The chairman of the All Allidinians Association, Mr. Pravin Pandya, the vice chairman, Pindi Tamanna, the rest of the committee members, all Allidinians, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I've been given the task of introducing a personality who has been distinguished in many important fields. He is a spiritual leader of the Sikh community. Professor Bhai Sahib Mohinder Singh Ahluwalia, OBE KSG. He is the recipient of the official title of Bhai Sahib from the 5 Sikh Jathedars, high office bearers of the sacred Sikh Takhans, seat of spiritual or temporal authority in India, and the president of the Shiromani Gurudwara Prabhatak Committee. He is a special recipient of the Shiromani Panth Ratan Award, recipient of the Papal Knighthood of St. Gregory of the Great KSG, officer of Her Majesty the Queen's British Empire, and the list goes on. He is a globally recognized pioneer in peace building and in mobilizing innovative partnerships for shared flourishing. Professor Bhai Sahib Mohinder Singh is third in the line of spiritual leaders, serving the prominent Sikh volunteer-led organization Guru Nanak Nishkam Seva Jatha, based at its international headquarters in Birmingham, UK. He also heads the Nishkam group of organizations whose track record in value-led education and healthcare provision, community regeneration, civic engagement, and heritage conservation is based on a benevolent ethos of Nishkam Seva, unconditional selfless service. A retired civil and structural engineer, Bhai Sahib Ji draws on 27 years of professional practice across 3 continents in the field of town planning, housing, and policy formation. I would call upon Bhai Sahib to address her.
Jambo Mingi. A very good afternoon to you all. It is an honor and a privilege to be here in Mombasa because I studied at Allidina Visram High School. I did my Form 1 here and then moved to Nairobi, completed my education in Duke of Gloucester School. I think it's called Harambee School now. And of course, I'm a trained civil structural engineer. I worked professionally for 27 years before there was a calling, and I resigned from my professional work. And I've been busy since then, trying to work on values, religious values, social values, values of all kinds. There are three questions that are asked of an individual. Where have you come from? First question. What is your goal in life? Where will you end up? And what is the purpose of life? Anybody who doesn't answer these questions for herself or himself will find difficult to navigate life in this world. Basic questions. Where do we come from? Where are we going? And what is the purpose of life? To fight here? To cause problems? Far from it. Actually, we have two parallel journeys. One is our spiritual journey, the soul's journey. Where did this soul, this main thing within us come from? We must ask ourselves. And of course, scriptures will tell you answers to these. So the scriptural journey demands that we know where we come from and where we will end. And actually, it's very simple. We come from God, each of us. So if there are 200 people here, each one is a spiritual spark. And that spark is no different. So you could say we are all kith and kin, we are brothers and sisters. And we are here for a purpose. To live a good life, to care for others, to care for ourselves, and then end up with God. I remember when I joined Allidina Visram High School, I tried to understand the word, the name of the founder. In Allidin, I could see two words, Allah and Deen. Deen, of course, you know, is the Muslim word for faith or religion. I like to call it dharam, because religion does not really translate the word dharam adequately. Translations are a very poor substitute of the original. And I still remember, there are values outside the school. Allidina Visram School, there are values. So I've been drawn towards values from a very young age. I had lost my mother when I was 4 years and 7 months. My father was a postmaster in Naivasha. And we took my mother to Nakuru. I think it's called War Memorial Hospital. It's still there. She died after 20 days. And I was inquiring, where is my mom gone? And nobody knew. She's gone. Will she come back? She said, no. So where is she? Did she do something wrong? They say it is God's wish, God's will. Has she done something wrong? Can somebody forgive her? Can she come back in 6 months? No questions. No answers to questions. So that put me on a very long spiritual quest for answers. Who is God? What is God's will? And this applies to each one of us, no matter what religion you follow. You practice or you don't practice, and others who don't think religion is important. But nonetheless, these are questions that are very, very much valid. So we are Sikhs. I'm a Sikh. We call them Kalasinghas here because the first Sikh was a Kalasingha. His name was Kala Singh. This is the reason why I became Kalasingha. So, and he came in the, I think, late 1860s or something like that. And after that, many came here, and you know all Sikhs now. They're well. And I came to Kenya because I was born in Uganda, in Gulu. And my father moved to Kenya when I was about 2.5 years. So I know East Africa well. I have worked in Tanzania when I qualified as civil structural engineer. I worked in the Chingame oil refinery in 1961, did the foundations for this refinery, Shell refinery. So on. Ambakasi Airport, we did the taxiways and the runway for it. I was working for a civil engineering contractor. So I keep coming to here, Kenya, especially Kericho, because that is the origin of our organization. Somebody called Sant Puran Singh Ji lived there. He lived in Kenya for 49 long years. And in 1925, when Brook Bond brought tea to Kenya for the first time, he put up a residence. That residence is still there, and we have enveloped it with a 3-story place of worship, a Gurudwara. A Sikh place of worship is called a Gurudwara, because sometimes we just use one word, maskiti, but synagogue is different, a temple is different, a Hindu temple, a Gurudwara is different slightly, slight variation, but these are all places of worship. So I study my scriptures, Guru Granth Sahib Ji. It is 1,430 pages, and 36 exalted human beings have contributed to our scripture. So it is a really interfaith scripture, Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Muslims are there, Hindus are there, the Sikhs are there, Brahmins are there, low caste people. You should never call them low caste. They are there. And there is a lot of wisdom, like any other scripture. Whether you talk about Quran, Sharif, you talk about the Bible, the Torah, and so on. So how do we relate all this to studies in a school setting, in a college setting, in a university setting? In 2007, UNICEF came up with a report. What they said, we have a failed generation in England. A failed generation. So the parliament was unhappy about this remark. They said, UNICEF don't know what they are talking about. We have Oxford and Cambridge, and we have what we call Eton, which has produced maybe 27 prime ministers. So who is saying we have failed the generation? They were saying we have a failed generation in England. In 1942, after the Second World War, UK decided that religion will be optional. Optional. Before that, it was compulsory. And that is their undoing. because you get values from scriptures, from faith. No faith, no values. So they set up a SACRE, Standing Advisory Council for Religious Education. So in 2007, I said, what is this SACRE? Let us find out. What is the vision, mission, objectives? And I was very heartened to read that SACRE demands those who want to pursue religious education, they must look after, that is the teachers, about the physical development, the mental development, and the spiritual development of a child. So that I started inquiring, how are we looking after the spiritual development of a child? They say we go to visit places of worship. So we said that is not adequate, that is not enough. We will make a change. The change we are requesting is, instead of learning about faith, learning about religion, or learning about dharma, start learning from dharma. A total change. Not learn about faith, learn from faith. And we came up with 24 moral and spiritual dispositions. I have a copy of those here, and I will share with you. In 2007 and in 2022, it took, you can imagine how many years to make it legal, and that is only for Birmingham. Now I believe in this principle, work from whole to part, from global to local. So what do these values mean? The first and foremost thing is peace. But peace cannot come about unless you have peace inside. So peace inside will only come through religious values. You will have to read the Sharia, you will have to read the Quran Sharif, you will have to read Vedas, Gita. So there is a verse in Guru Granth Sahib Ji, this is like Hindustani, kya padhiye, kya guniye, kya ved purana suniye, pade gune kya hui, ja sahaj na milyo sui. Now, translation in English. What can you read? And how much should you read? And what effect will it have if after reading all these for years and years, you do not feel that there is a God, that God exists? You ask anybody, says, I'm not sure. We can't see him, we know all that. But there is air, we can't see the air, but we are breathing. So all scriptures tell us God is there. And we have to have values. And for Sikhs, it is a very simple thing to remember. We come for Punjab. Punjab means land of 5 rivers. Punjab. We speak Punjabi, the land of Punjabi, land of Punjab. People there speak Punjabi. They have 5 morning prayers. We have 5 fingers. We have 5 Panj Pyaras. We have 5 takhats, and I can go on and on. This is a figure of 5. Like in Islam, the figure of 7 is very sacred. Our figure is 5. So the question, how will we get to our destination, rests on 5 virtues or values. The first one is compassion. There is no religion in the world that is not founded on compassion. Compassion is the first foundation, building block of any religion. Compassion, mercy, forgiveness. One. Number two is truthfulness. Number three, contentment, devoid of greed and yearning for more and more. Number four is humility, to be humble. Number five, to exercise love in abundance. Love for God, love for all creation, not only human beings. All creation, insects, reptiles, snakes, the lot. We keep away from them, but we love them because our Creator has actually created them. So those are the five fundamental religious values. And they would be the same almost in all religions. But then we are also faced with vices. This is the opposite of these virtues and values. And they start from lust, top of the list. Lust is uncontrolled sexuality. The second one is revenge, not anger. Revenge. The third one is greed. The fourth one is virtual attachment in the world. Because actually it is like a dream, this whole life of us. And the last one, arrogance. They also call it ego, E-G-O. Ego means edging God out. Once you edge God out, you start becoming God. You pretend you are the God. And that can be the calamity of your life. You have to be very, very humble. So 5 values, 5 vices. So, what is challenging now? I've said all that. They have done a research on the global God divide. It heartens me to see some religious people here. I can see through the eyes and see they are religious. And that is our biggest challenge now. There are 193 countries in the UN. And when it was formed, they did not take religion into account. And this is why UN has become, what can I say, not fit for the purpose. Wars keep on raging, and the UN was build peace. That's the first thing UN had to do, and UN is unable to establish peace. The First World War, I think about 10 million people died. The Second World, about 50 million people died. As we sit here talking, there's war raging in Ukraine and Russia. 193 countries and 2 countries, and we are not able to stop the war. Something is wrong. People are dying as we sit here. So why it is so? Because we do not take values seriously. We don't take peace seriously. Peace. You have to try and exercise peace building every day. People have rosaries, prayer beads. Why do they have these? Allah, 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 Waheguru, Waheguru, Waheguru. We are informed that this life is so critical. The moment you forget Him, you get derailed. This is why people practice this. To be in His presence, to never forget Him. Keep remembering Allah, you will not do anything wrong to others. He was trying to help them. So, Sweden, percentage of people who feel it is necessary to believe in God in order to be moral and have good values. 33 countries out of 193 countries took part in the research. Sweden, only 9 people believe there is a need to remember God. Czech Republic, 14, France, 15, Australia, 19, UK, 20, Netherlands, 22, Spain, 22, Canada, 26. I can go on. But when I come to Kenya, we are lucky. 95% people are believing here. There are only 2 countries, Philippines and Indonesia, 96%. So we are second best country in the world. We believe God is important. This is why then, if you will look at, there's another chart, Global Peace Index. Where there is peace, Iceland, they say, ranks number 1. But you look at the values, 0. The most advanced countries do not want to believe in God. And that is the challenge for religious people. UN is 193 countries. They say 85% of humanity, the population of this world, is connected with religion, directly or indirectly. So when you talk of a democratic model, 85% of the people are not within UN. That is the problem. This is why UN is not fit for the purpose. You need a organization of a religious organization of equal standing there. People, I have worked in interfaith for 23 years. Any organization you join, they will talk about, there's no money, who can support us? I say, don't talk about organizations, talk about mosquitos, talk about churches. They are stinkingly rich and they provide values. They should form a organization next to you and you would be able to get to peace. I'm sorry, I have not written a speech as such. I've been traveling a lot, so I'm just picking up here and things here which I think are relevant for each of us. Who doesn't know about the Universal Declaration of Rights? We all know. But in 1983, some ex-presidents and prime ministers of this world sat down and said, just like Universal Declaration of Rights, we need to have Universal Declaration of Responsibilities. Because the responsibilities is a precursor to rights. We all know that. If you have no responsibility, you have no right. So people now, even little children say, Dad, you don't tell me this. This is my right. They are obsessed of rights, but they also need to know the responsibilities. So these people, ex-presidents and prime ministers, in 83 started a Universal Declaration of Responsibilities. And in 97 they wanted this to be incorporated in the Universal Declaration of Rights. It did not happen. Let me read 1 or 2 clauses. Article 1. This was a proposed Universal Declaration of Responsibility. Every person, regardless of gender, ethnic origin, social status, political opinion, language, age, nationality, or religion, has a responsibility to treat all people in a humane way. First principle would be that. They did not incorporate. Because fighting involves armaments. Armaments is good money, big money. Even poor countries want to amass weapons because they feel that will be their protection. So you find, if you look up the reason for values, British values, I live in England, they are based on a prevent strategy. Because you have done wrong to somebody, then you're worried somebody will come and attack you. That is the prevent strategy. But those who do not attack anybody in the first place don't need a prevent strategy. The second reason they want that is because of democracy. Democracy, majority is the authority. But now democratic model is also sliding. Is becoming a dirty number of game, a game of numbers. More people, they get elected. More money and more corruption, you get elected. So humanity is faced with all these challenges. So it read, no person should lend support to any form of inhuman behavior, but all people have a responsibility to strive for the dignity and self-esteem of all others. Article 3. No person, no group or organization, no state, no army or police stands above good and evil. All are subject to ethical standards. Everyone has a responsibility to promote good and avoid evil in all things. And so it goes on. Non-violence and respect for life. Every person has a responsibility to respect life. No one has the right to injure, to torture, or to kill another human person. This does not exclude the right of justified self-defense and individuals or communities. I wish I could share these more. Yes. So, what happens when we have done wrong? I suppose we need to repent. Repent. And as I said, I work in the interfaith, and we did have a repentance together. Because when you repent, you are saying you are sorry. And then you get on with life, and others are able to follow quickly. Ten spiritual principles for climate repentance, because we have played havoc with nature. Creation is not our possession. The human person must recognize this and find his/her rightful place in relation to the fundamental fact. Creation is not simply external to God. It is in significant ways permeated by God's presence and being, manifesting the divine agency and reality. Within creation and between humans and other parts of creation, as well as among religious communities, there is interdependence. Actually, we are all connected, interconnected, because the spirit is the same. And we are interdependent because we have to seek help from each other, from parents, from neighbors, from everybody, from countries and so on. So this interdependence and interconnectedness is so very important. So humanity and its responsibilities, we have to think very clearly about it. The human person has capacities that are conducive to the realization of this vision of peace, that is. There is inherent relationship between the human person and nature and the objective reality. Thought, speech, and action have the capacity to bring harm or to heal. Therefore, use thought, speech, and action only for the good. Based on this understanding of the human person and his/her role in creation, the process of growth, transformation, return, and repentance are fundamental to human existence. Therefore, the human person is benefited by the ongoing efforts to purify, raise, and transform himself in view of higher vision, and so on. Let me conclude by saying, despite all this, there is no doom and gloom. He is able to do things which are impossible. In fact, in religious language, you never talk about doom and gloom. You talk about hope. There's always this hope, and it will remain there. If you remember, how many years now we had COVID? Everybody sat at home. You see the might, power. Everybody was sitting and nobody knew what was going to happen. COVID. There was something here I had written. If I could quickly find 2 minutes, it will be good. I don't want to be overstepping my time allocated. There's so much I could share, but okay. Humanity faces the biggest challenge ever of the current coronavirus pandemic. Suddenly, we slept in one world and woke up in another. Disney has no more magic, and Paris is no longer romantic. Suddenly, in New York, everyone sleeps, and the Great Wall of China is no longer a fortress. Suddenly, hugs and kisses become weapons. Holding hands and walking the parks become outlawed. Suddenly, not visiting aging parents and grandparents becomes an act of love. Suddenly, our bombs and machine guns, our tanks and artilleries begin to gather dust. Suddenly, we realized that power is with God, God alone, and that money has no value when it can't even buy you toilet paper. Suddenly we have been put back in our place by the hands of divine universe. And we have been made aware how vulnerable humans are. We are faced with a microbe so powerfully inhuman. Let's be humble. So COVID, have we learned a lesson from COVID? I don't think we have. It stops and China wants to fight US wants to fight so and so, and it goes on. So let us have hope. Let us try and teach children in their schools early ages, and education begins at conception, not in a nursery. If the mental state of a mother is stressed, the child unborn is stressed. That is where education begins. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhai Sahib, by Dr. Mohan Singh, for that inspirational talk, words of wisdom. I could sit the whole day and listen to you very attentively. My good friend here is from Sweden, and I could see his face turn red when it was 9%, but then he voted 95 for Kenya. And by the way, we have Mr. Kishore Shah here, who is a member of the interfaith group in Mombasa. So he meets with thank you very much. Thank you once again. I just have about 5-10 minutes to speak about the train tragedy, and then we break for lunch. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Sorry? Yeah?
Take more time.
No, some people are hungry, some people have to go for prayers. Yeah. By the way, those people who want to pray Jama'ah at the hotel, the room can accommodate 11 people. So you can have congregation for Dhuhr prayers. Those who want to go to the mosque, they can go for Juma prayers. So in the year 1976, November, around 29th, it was a Sunday, I remember, there was a train tragedy in Kadekani. This is near Mtitwandei. I happened to be in that train. Yeah. So I was seated at the train station, and there was a group of young lads whom I knew because of the hockey. We were not in the same class, but because of hockey. And they, were very excited, enthusiastic, and almost in joy mood. And they invited me to join them. They went into the third class. Now, the third class cabin was the cabin next to the engine. All right, I booked second class because I was going for an interview on Monday, so I wanted some peace of mind. So I promised, I said, listen, I may come, I may not come, because I have this. So we went on this train journey, and around 2 in the morning, there was a sharp break. And I remember falling from the upper bunker into the bunker. The guy was sleeping in the lower bunker. It was a shocking experience. So we didn't know what was happening. We came out, and I could see the headlights of the engine facing the opposite side. We thought it was an emergency brake, but it later turned out it wasn't. And what happened was that there was flooding in the bridge, which brought the bridge down, and when the engine head passed, the cabin that was behind it went into the ditch, and the engine came on top of it. Yes, so in that cabin there were the 8 Allidinian students. Can we have a minute's silence for them? If you can all stand up and just remember them and say a little prayer. Thank you. Are there any who are in 1976 class? So you remember the 8? Yes. Yeah. And their names, I could give you the names. Yeah, so the 8 names were Anwar H. Rahman, Ashwin Ruparelia, Dilip Ruparelia, Hassan Ali and Musa, Jaswinda Grewal, Mahbub Jivraj, Sunil Thaka, and Vijay Shah. So these were the 8 that tragically lost their lives on that day. There was supposed to be a 9th person. His name is Ali Mirza. Ali Mirza is currently a retired guy now. He's about 66. Ali was supposed to go with the group, but his uncle told him, listen, I have a stock-taking session in Malindi. I want you to go to Malindi, do the stocks, and once you finish, then you can join the group in Nairobi. The group, part of them were going for the GCE exams. Others were taking a joyride to be together because they were part of the same group. They were doing a lot of charity work. They did a lot of, they won a presidential award for charity. They helped in the Nyumba Wazee and all these activities. So they were going to be there for that purpose, for charity. At the same time, they wanted to be together. And so Ali Mirza didn't make it, and in the morning, his sister called him from Mombasa just to check if he was in that train. All right, but she didn't tell him exactly what had happened. So Ali Mirza came to know later that the people had lost their lives, and he tried hard to go to, this was in Totondai, but he was told when he reached in Boy that it wasn't worth going, and he returned. The following day he attended the funeral services for the people who were brought to Mombasa. Others were sent to Nairobi for burial and cremation. Sorry, Vijay, you wanted to say something?
Again, one thing that children who there was a group going to Nairobi for this exam. One of the students who was at the station ready to board the train. There was a student who was going to board the train, but he had forgotten his sweater at home. He just went quickly to the house and came back and missed the train. Today he is still alive.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah. So those are the miracles and tragedies, stories that we have. There's a clip, can you play it please? Of the, yes please.
There was one student who survived, Muhammad Al-Rani.
Okay.
From the 8th to the 9th person, he survived it.
Okay.
How many people died?
A total of 29 died and several injuries. There were people also, they were Americans, but they survived. They were part of the UNESCO group. The worst train disaster actually happened in 1993, where 140 people died, in very close to that area.
Just to say, there were ex-Allidinians among that 93 group as well.
They were?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Fazal, Hussaina Ganiwala.
Okay, okay. So there were some in 1993 who also passed away. So the 8 in the 1976 are honored by a plaque at the school. You can see their names listed there. So we pray for these departed souls. Anything?
Just announce the presence of the...
Yeah. We'd like to acknowledge the presence of Deputy Country Director of Teacher Service Commission, Madam Karen. Madam Karen, yeah, she's here with us. Thank you very much for coming. We have a break now? Yes. 1:30 is ready. Okay. Okay, so we'll break now for lunch, 12:30. 1:30 we'll come back, and my friend Professor Bakari will address us on his subject. Okay? Thank you. welcome Professor Mohamed Bakari to speak on the discipline of linguistics. Mohamed Bakari, we've been together since 1964 in school, and we refer to each other as Khoi, meaning brother. So we went to Khamis school together and then went on to Allidina Visram. He took his academic life. I went into the financial world. He was educated in University of Nairobi, professor at University of Nairobi, Kenyatta University, among others. He was, again, I met him in Istanbul, Fateh University, and I was really proud to see him in a gathering of Turkish people, in fact, speaking Turkish. And they had just done a program on Africa, the relationship between Turkey and Africa. Very interesting program. I couldn't understand the language, but I was very impressed by the presentation. He's been a visiting scholar for many universities at Cologne, Department of Indiana, University of Cape Town, Berlin, and all. And he's authored several books himself and co-authored with other authors. My privilege to welcome Professor Bakari to speak to you.
Habari zenu. It's my privilege to be invited to talk to this distinguished group of fellow Allidinians. I never ever imagined, I would have an occasion like this to be with my former classmates, with the students of my students, and students of my students' students. So this is really a special occasion. My only reservation is that I think Said didn't want me to have a proper lunch. Because if he wanted me to have a proper lunch, he would not have asked me to give a lecture at this hour, I used to teach a certain course in Istanbul on the idea of utopia and dystopia in Western literature. And I used to connect, ideas of various people. And one of the things, that came up was the ideas of Thomas Aquinas. Thomas Aquinas very much influenced, the Western intellectual Christian tradition. And his ideas actually came from classical philosophers. And one of the things he said was, you must desist, from doing certain kinds of things. So there are these 7 cardinal sins. So I used to tell my students, one of these, my favorite sin is gluttony. So Said, if it weren't for this gluttony, I would probably have been given a different hour. Yeah. Nevertheless, I just want to say something about the discipline of linguistics, because language is unique to human beings. There's a difference, between sign language, for example, what parrots do, and what humans speak. Because even the dumbest human being still has control of language. And no intelligent animal can speak the way that human beings do. So language is something really unique to us. And in fact, this is what defines us. Let me give a little bit of an anecdote. When I went to the University of Nairobi in 1970, one of my heroes was Professor Ali Mazrui. So I wanted to go to Makerere, to become a political scientist like him. And then one of my former high school teachers who had become a professor at the University of Nairobi approached me and said that we have started this department of linguistics, and we need students, and I want you to come and join. I said, oh my God, I want to become a political scientist and be seen on television and places, like Ali Mazrui. But I couldn't defy him. I said, okay, let me take linguistics as one of the options at undergraduate. And I can assure you that I have never regretted doing this because I did my undergraduate and then did my postgraduate studies. And with maturity of time, I realized that it does not matter which discipline actually you do. It is the discipline, that's the most important thing. And we can excel in any field. So I used to tell my students, if you don't understand something, it simply means that you have gaps in your knowledge. So if you fill those gaps in your knowledge, then there's no reason why you can't understand whatever you want to study or to specialize in. So I think this is one of the joys of academic work. You get the time to pursue your interests, but then it takes a long time and a long struggle because in academia, there are no shortcuts. You either know the stuff or you don't know. And the only way you can know the stuff is actually by applying yourself, reading extensively and ceaselessly. Once you do that, then you'd be okay. And this is one of the things that Allidina prepared me for. We had excellent groups of teachers who taught us very, very conscientiously. One memorable example is Dr. Jeffcott, who came and taught us English, and then he ended up going himself. He had just come back from Oxford and then went to Cambridge and did his master's and did his doctorate, and then became the first director of the Open University of Britain. So this will come as a surprise. Somebody who was teaching at Allidina and establishing his reputation in one of these very eminent institution in Britain. So I have never regretted, doing linguistics. And here I was really touched when the story of veterinary Dr. Zahur, was told, because he is somebody that I actually knew. And with the photograph, I never, the last time I saw him, he did not go gray like me. I remember him quite clearly. And I think the two of us were outliers because he was the only person who went to do veterinary medicine. There were very, very few veterinary doctors at that time. And people just wondered, why? Why did everybody is going to do accounting or human medicine, why would he? But he really was passionate about animals and loved what he was doing. So I was really saddened when I heard about the incident. But he was that kind of person, very, very conscientious person. What is the discipline of linguistics all about? It is about the scientific study of language. So whenever I'm asked a question, what's your area? I say I'm a professor of linguistics. So I have to clearly say that a linguist is somebody who studies language and looks at structures of human language scientifically. And that is a big difference with a polyglot. So I'm not a polyglot. If you're a linguist, it doesn't mean that you speak many languages, but you have an insight into the nature of language. And these last couple of weeks, I've been seeing very interesting articles on language, discussed by a variety of people with varieties of backgrounds. Some are scientists, some are from the humanities and social sciences. And then I was fascinated because I said, now people are beginning to see the importance of these presumably useless disciplines. I downloaded an article here on speech study finds classic Georgian accent fading fast. Here he looks at how the southern dialects, which are quite famous, from the southern parts of the United States, that are distinctive, are beginning to change. So people no longer speak the kind of southern accent that was mocked, that people found funny, that people found, associating it with racism and those kinds of things. And this, to a linguist, is quite obvious because every generation creates its own grammar. So that is why you find that your language is completely different from your father's language, and also different from your grandfather's language. So every generation actually recreates its own grammar. And this is quite obvious, to a linguist. And in fact, this is one of my areas of interest. I was asked by my professor to say something about whether the new theories in linguistics articulated by Chomsky, Noam Chomsky. I think we've all heard of Chomsky. Whether they really apply to non-European languages. So I said this would be a wonderful opportunity for us to prove the universality of human language, that there are no superior languages and there are no inferior languages. All languages are at par. And the only difference, between one language and another is the existence of what are called linguistic registers. And linguistic registers are use of language within the context. So you have the legal register, for language of law. You have the language of chemistry, the language of politics, and so on and so forth. So situations determine these registers. So what are called advanced languages or advanced languages are simply defined on the basis of how many registers they have. So the more registers a language is, it tends to be associated with more sophistication. But in fact, there is no difference between so-called advanced languages, and these would be European languages, and non-European languages. So it's the necessity, because, for example, people in the Kalahari Desert, why would they want a language of computers for? That's not there. But you ask them about the nature of water, or human preservation. They are far much better in surviving, in that environment than these other people. So it is these kinds of insights that linguistics provides us. And linguistics is also interested in other issues. The language of politics, for example, the language of religion, and other parameters of human activity. So linguistics is concerned, with all these issues. And initially, there were racist views about the nature of non-European languages. And now I find that, for example, a Japanese scientist wrote an interesting article and said that simply because people don't pay attention to what is written in local languages, then only pay attention to research that is written in English, then we deny ourselves the opportunity to learn what these people writing in or researching, through the medium of local languages can contribute to our knowledge. So if we don't appreciate these languages, try to learn them, then we are denying humanity, opportunities of expanding our knowledge of the universe in which we are living in. We tend to associate linguistics now with scholars like Noam Chomsky, because he was really not an original thinker by any means. In fact, he was very good at articulating, the ideas of probably the most prominent intellectual of the tail end of the 19th century and early 20th century, somebody called Ferdinand de Saussure. Ferdinand de Saussure was extremely influential. And there is not really, only one variety of linguistics. So there is European linguistics, there is British linguistics, and there is American linguistics. So they might have something to do with each other. And in fact, some were actually born out of contact with the other varieties. But there's distinctive European tradition, there's a distinctive British tradition, and a distinctive American tradition of linguistics. So one has to be familiar with these areas. And again, ironically, the person who established, British linguistics was not even British. He was Polish. He was Polish, and his background in linguistics, ironically, came from Papua New Guinea, because after the Second World War, he did his research, around that area, and he was fascinated by one thing, because these were matrilineal societies. If you go to Papua New Guinea and those places, these were matrilineal societies where descent is traced on the mother's side. So he was intrigued, how come, that these people trace their origins, from the maternal side, whereas everybody does this through paternal side. And then, of course, for example, when Islam came, what were originally multilineal societies converted to patrilineal societies. And in fact, the East Africa is a very good example of this. So Muslims in East Africa came from a matrilineal society. Like, for example, Mombasa was called Gongwa la Bwana Mkisi. Mwana Mkisi. This is a woman, a lady. But with the coming of Islam, they changed to patriarchal societies. And of course, this has become a four-letter word now. Patriarchy. But it didn't actually mean the way that we take it now. So the guy who did that research was somebody called Branislaw Malinowski, and he's famously Jomo Kenyatta's teacher when he was at LSE, University of London. So Malinowski said, this is the origins, because these people thought, the father had nothing to do with the child. The baby just came, on its own. The man was just there, for fun. So he was the one, to be able to untangle this intriguing phenomenon amongst the Papua New Guineans. So, like all disciplines, linguistics is a fascinating area of study. Again, very little credit is given to to local scholars. Like there's a famous dictionary that was compiled by a French scholar by the name of Saclot. And I think this is the most authoritative dictionary on Swahili French. Most authoritative dictionary. So he gave all the credit to himself. You know, he never gave credit to the local people who knew the dialects and the languages very well. But that was at the height of colonialism. And that was the only way that some of these people could get resources, you know, either from their organizations or from the government. But this is the most authoritative dictionary in Swahili. There's an online copy, but I only know one person who has a physical copy of that. And then I told him, you know, if you want my friend, then I would have definitely taken it by force from you. But somebody who knew French and was also seriously learning Kiswahili. I think that's more or less what I would have wanted to share with you, that every discipline is important in its own ways. And what seemed to be unimportant languages, in fact, are quite important in their own way, because these are part of the human heritage. So we have sub-disciplines within linguistics, like cognitive linguistics, the study of the psychological aspects of language, computational linguistics. This is quite interesting. At one time, you know, I was asked by some Turkish scholars, you know, to explain to them to develop a program in computational linguistics, because they wanted a quick buck, you know, out of it. So I said, you know, computational linguistics actually involves two independent disciplines that have to be merged together. One, of course, is computer science, and then the second is linguistics. So you have to train your students first in computer science, and then train them in theoretical linguistics, and then you're going to get the kind of results that you want. It's not just something, you know, that we can get just like that. Again, as I said, that required a lot of hard work. And then dictionary compilation, or what is called lexicography. Again, this is a science in its own right. You know, it's not just a matter of collecting words, but you have to classify these words, put them in a particular order, show relationships, you know, between words, and so on and so forth. And incidentally, Tanzania under Nyerere did a wonderful thing by identifying students to actually go and apprentice themselves in lexicography from major dictionary makers like Random House and others. So Tanzania has one of those very few trained lexicographers in the non-Western world. So it doesn't mean that our societies can't contribute or make the kind of progress that we would want them to make. So, because nobody really has a monopoly of knowledge, just one has to apply themselves. And then there is semiotics. This is the again the study of symbols. If you have heard, if you have heard of this famous Italian linguist, then you will know exactly, what semiotics is all about, because he looked at the Renaissance language and came up with very interesting postulates on the nature of language and symbols. And then there's anthropological linguistics, which is self-explanatory, the relationship between language and linguistics. I don't want to bore you with all these things, but I think now you have an inkling of what linguistics is all about, and every discipline is important in its own way. So please let us not discourage our children, from doing certain kinds of things because they are not lucrative. And it reminds me of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, the most famous Nobel laureate from Latin America. His parents wanted him to do law, so they kept on insisting. And he was a journalist and a novelist, So he went and studied law, and then when he got his certificate, he said, "Dad, here is your certificate. So can I now indulge in my passion, And he became the one of the most famous Nobel laureates, and is associated with what is called marvelous realism. Yeah. So with that, I think I would like to stop. Thank you very much.
The son of our famous teacher, Mr. J.C. Paul, he is going to moderate a session on AVHS present and future.
Yes. No, it's going to walk around.
It's okay. It's on now. No, that one is only for the video guy, but it's good now.
This is meant to be an interactive session. We've had a lunch. We had the first address. I was supposed to have two panelists here this afternoon. But you know what the best part is? For this school to be in the future. It's not just that man's responsibility. It's not that this man's responsibility. It's our responsibility. Do I have the agreement on that? Yes. We all going to do something for this school of ours. That's why we are here. This dedicated group is here today because you and I believe in our school. And we want to do the best for our schools. So we're going to start off this discussion. I'm going to bring in our principal for the first discussion point. Now, you heard about Mr. Indrahuli's background. He was a deputy principal. He then was promoted to the principal of another school, but he came back to Allidina. And we're so grateful that he is the man of the helm today. Because I can tell you, everybody on my committees would agree that we are here today thankful to his efforts and what he's done. So, sir, what do you think are the challenges or opportunities that this school faces in meeting those education standards we've all enjoyed in the past? What are your challenges today?
Thank you, Banaviresh. Before I continue, I want to make a correction. I have Madam Kanyoro, my director, is the other panelist.
Oh, come forward, please.
Where? Madam Kanyoro.
Please come forward.
And I also have Madam Karen. These are my bosses.
Oh, right.
You are the other panelists.
Well, we need you then there.
We only forgot to give him a t-shirt. I'm sure he has it. Thank you so much. I want to go to direct to what I've been requested to.
The challenges and opportunities.
Yes. As the school is today, there are so many challenges. These challenges are what are bringing us to where we are today. One, we have an issue of enrollment. All of you who are in this school today, when you are in school, the population at most was around 400, and it could go maybe up to 500 from what I've been seeing. Today, we have 1,200 students in the same classrooms that we use. We have classes with 80 students. You can be sure these 80 students are actually, not all of them are learning. Some are just coming to school, and that's why you're seeing this performance is the way it is. We also have a challenge of the school having been, I don't know whether to use that word, my boss is here, the school having been downgraded. Initially, Allidina Western High School was almost at the national level. Today, it is at the lowest level. It is what we call a sub-county school. In your days, today, students score up to 500 maximum. In your days, for you to get admission into Allidina, you must have had 400 and above out of 500. Today, even 180, they are there. We have what we are calling 100% transition, and this one is actually supported by the day schools. So all children of Kenya are supposed to go to school, and one of the schools is Allidina. So we approach everyone who has done KCPE. That is a very big challenge. We are having classes with students of different abilities. So this is actually affecting the school so much.
So you mentioned the school has been downgraded. Can you just understand what that means? Who's downgraded the school? Over there, shall I ask the question over there, or shall I ask the question to the Board of Management?
Let's get to the point.
Who shall I ask the question? How about you? You're a board? I'm confused, but I think I'll ask the question. Who's downgraded the school?
That's $1 million question. As the ECHO principal has said,
Chairman is coming here. He wants to answer.
as the ECHO principal has said, the difference has come in mostly due to the intake of students. In the past, I was there 86, 87, and it's only the top cream that we enjoy in Allidina. But of late, because of the government initiative of 100% transition to schools, and Allidina being a school that was taken, I don't want to call it downward, but it was taken to be a sub-county school, meaning that it will take everybody else. And as a result, we have a lot of the students who have joined who have
The first thing that we did when we came in as a board late last year was to try and change this particular status. And because there is precedence, Nairobi is a county. There's a day school called Jamhuri Day Secondary School. Jamhuri Day was upgraded to a county school that is 2 grades above Allidina. That is all what we wanted from the authorities. We are not asking for too much. Take us like Jamhuri. Give us good students so that we can produce better results. And the students that we got this particular year now are good, not the good during our time, but it is an upgrade. We came from the 150, 180 marks. Now we are anybody above at least 250 marks. That is the average now, at least. Out of 500, that's what we have beaten. And we have not stopped there. Madam America, you is here. We are even fighting now. Come the intake of next year, progressively, we should have students above 300 marks. Nothing short of that.
I will speak on behalf of the Ministry of Education. The school now is 6 streets. No, they registered. The registered is 10. Okay. We are concerned with the school, and we are going by history. And this year during the Form 1 admission, we gave the school a leeway to fill in. There were so many applications to fill in with the best first. And to my knowledge, most of the students for 2023 have 250 and above. And those students that were called to national schools elsewhere, but could not afford for any other reason, they are at Allidina. I would say Allidina is the alliance of Coast. And most of the students are coming from Mombasa. Now, one thing we are happy about it, especially from you people, the alumni, is the effort that you are putting, the cutting edge technology. We are grateful as a ministry and we say thank you for that. And your concern for Allidina is the same concern with us. This is where it was. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a hand, Professor Lella sitting in the back. Please, if you had something.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I came in when the conversation was still going on. I just wanted to inform you that yes, it was actually this issue of categorization was a big issue when we were in the presidential working party, and as we were moving around looking, listening to stakeholders. So when we were in Mombasa, this was a very heated, there was a heated debate on that. And I just want to assure members here that our recommendation to the president was that they are going to remove categorization of schools. So I think we are now going to be better off, and if these recommendations are done within this year, then the issue of categorizing Allidina as sub-county school will be over.
I'm sure we're all very pleased to hear all that. So things are moving in the right direction, Principal. I'm sure you agree. But tell me, from your perspective, as school's principal, what strategies have been most effective in improving the standards?
Thank you. We have a lot of strategies that we are. We have many strategies that we are implementing to ensure that we have improved standards. One, we have the digitization of the school. This one has brought a lot of interest from learners. the current generation is not the generation that wants to read the hard copies, that want to listen to me as the teacher. But if I am to teach them and they see me on the screen, they're even happier and can actually understand more. Secondly, we've taken a very big step after having learned from COVID-19. Our school was closed for close to a year. The private schools continued learning while we did not do that. So to do this, we have started a channel, YouTube channel, and with your support that is going on, with the support from Rotary Club of Mombasa, we want to go live. That any learner who does not come to school, maybe because of one or two reasons, can still learn from home, can attend class from home, it doesn't miss. At the same time, whatever is taught in school is also put online. That if you missed lesson 5, you can go back and refer to lesson 5. This is very important.
Is there anything else the school can do to improve standards?
Good afternoon, everyone. There are strategies that they can still put in place. Of course, what he has said is for the 21st century that we understand. But internally in school, we have the average, we have the below average, and we have students that we see can give us a B or an A minus if more effort is put. So there was a time I had a session with the teachers, and I told them, once you cover the syllabus, so syllabus coverage, timely syllabus coverage is of essence in this case. Once you do that, now these learners, with a patient teacher, I'm good at maths, I do well. There is the one who gets 15% in mathematics. So if we get a teacher who is patient enough, can take these learners, 20 of them or 10 of them per teacher at their pace, just to understand topics, some Form 1, Form 2 topics, that child will not, that student, will not get a D or an E in mathematics. So if we do that, it's only possible when you have covered all of them. And then I shared with them when we had a meeting with the principals that they can also give work, now that it's a day school. A boarding school is easier, you can have late night lessons, but a day school, you give per topic in Form 1, per subject, in the evening, one area. Go and do this. In the morning, that's the first thing that the teacher checks, because pounding them with a lot of exams might not help if they've not understood the simple concepts in every topic. I think that can assist. Thank you.
What a grace. Let me add something. We realize that our students have actually lost confidence. They are not as confident as we knew them, as you were in school. So we are trying to bring this back. And one of the things we've done is actually to bring on board the alumni. You can imagine that these students cannot believe that from Allidina they can actually become who you people have become. We started a project, a program, where we started introduced Professor Shokat, came and talked to the students. We had the senator come to the school, talk to the students, and I'm glad now I've met so many of you. And I believe this, once I bring you on board, we are going to move somewhere. And at this point, I wish to request any of us who are still in the country next week, please get in touch. We see how we can have a talk with these students. We need to give them confidence that they can actually perform. They can become who you became in life.
So you moved on to the next topic, because I was going to talk about alumni. Now, with all these alumni sitting here, can I ask, is anybody brave enough to tell us what they can do for the school in terms of raising education standards? Anybody?
Thank you. I would say even in Western countries, with all the digital aids and so on, you introduce values and you give copies of books.
Have been proven here. We are here because we are loyal to this school. That's a true Allidinian is always helpful. And that is exactly what we are doing. A true Allidinian is always obedient. And these values we really need to put them in the school. And we continue them going forward. The key stakeholder in our school is actually the parents. The government pays school fees. Today, students don't pay school fees. It is zero school fees in the level of our school. It's zero school fees. They don't pay anything. What students pay for is only for lunch, and where we have a shortage, they pay money to pay teachers. The school hires teachers privately. That is what the students pay. So this is paid by the parents. Now without this, then the school can't run. Currently, the school has a shortage of 40 teachers. So you can imagine if we didn't have these parents, actually what would happen. Secondly, punishment in school has changed. The policies have changed. The generations have changed. I met one of you the other day, and the thing he could remember about the school is how he was caned to become who he is today. That cannot happen today. If you cane a student today, you actually jailed. So today we do counseling. If a student has made a mistake, we invite the parents to school. So together with the parents, we try to get that child in the right direction. So this is a very big role that parents play.
Just to emphasize that point, exactly how do you engage your parents? Do you engage the parents? I mean, where we come from, every school has a parent-teacher organization, parents get involved, we know what the children are doing. Is there any way we can do that here?
Okay, just to add to that, parents are one of the major stakeholders, as you all agree. But unfortunately, they also are our weakest link. Parenting, now, our parents, we are not the same as the way, we are not parenting our kids the same way the way we are parented. So we have a problem with parents. They don't meet up their obligations, the fees part that we're talking about. All schools have a lunch program. Lunch is taken at school so that we can keep the students at school. It is now a policy that all students stay in school until evening. But they don't pay that what is required for them to pay. As you heard, we have around 40 teachers paid by the Board of Management. Where do we get the money? We get it from that. When the parents pay for the food, sometimes we get the savings to pay for the teachers. There are arrears. If I tell you, Malimu, maybe it's how many millions now they have not paid?
8 million.
8 million as it stands now. Parents are not meeting their requirements. They are also involved in the board. As per the requirement by the government, the ministries here, is that parents, teachers, parents association, they elect leadership. Each class has a representative. Then they elect the chairman, the secretary, and the three of them sit in the board also. So the board has a representation from the parents, so that when a decision is made with the authority from the parents. But it has been a big challenge. What are we doing about it? We are holding meetings, especially I'm insisting on the Form 1s. This year we've done, next year, the entry meeting. Students and the parents. The parents of Allidina need to know what is expected of them. And it has worked well this year. This is our tenure is for 3 years. After 3 years, maybe some other guys are going to come. But we are challenging ourselves for these 3 years only. We build a foundation where the culture, the Allidinian culture, can be revived. So that once it becomes a culture, it's very difficult to take it away. Thank you.
As I said, if anybody wants to contribute from the floor, please put your hand up. All right, I'm going to stop here. Give you the opportunity. There's one mic, next one there.
I'm Roshan from India.
A point was raised regarding parents not paying for lunch and meals. I would like to point out that in India, in the primary schools, the government gives free lunch. And not only government, private organizations, religious organizations, they help in doing this. One example is the Akshardham temple, the Swaminarayan. They manage the entire district in Gujarat. So if you could send some people or invite some people from there to understand how they are running this process. But so maybe you will be getting very good suggestions from them. If they can afford it, I don't see why people over here. There are lots of industries over here. How they are coordinating it, I don't know. I'm not aware of it. But it is happening. So if you get some hints from them, we might be able to.
That's one good idea. Thank you very much. Would you like to add something?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we focused a lot on the challenges, but I think we have a significant opportunity, and that is that I think for the first time, not for the first time, but I would say for a long time, after a long time, we've had a group of ex-Allidinians on the board and a committed group of people. I think that's a great opportunity. We also have a principal who is committed to seeing the school improve. Clearly, there is a participatory support from various sectors, including the government, both county and national government, and so I think we do have opportunities. And I think we should congratulate these people for all the hard work that they are doing. Just to comment about the feeding program, I'm aware that there are several feeding programs in this country. Certainly for primary schools, many counties have feeding programs. I don't know about the situation in Mombasa, but I know Nairobi has one. I know several counties have at primary school level. And there are community-based organizations that have large feeding programs. I know one in Nairobi that feeds about 20,000 children. So there are initiatives, local initiatives in Kenya as well going on. Lastly, I would say that apart from the academics, I think we need to think beyond the academics and also encourage. I mean, Hafiz and I here, besides learning in school, I think developed in some remarkable ways through our engagements in public speaking, in school debates, in writing, in far beyond our professional kind of growth. And I think those are also areas that are opportunities for all of us. And if there's any way we can contribute, then we would be more than happy. Thank you.
Allidina Alumni Group is actually doing just that. You heard from Dr. Lakhas this morning. But what I heard is one idea where we can involve another organization. And we made an effort to do any collaboration with any other organization, not religious necessarily, but any other businesses, local organizations that would get involved with in raising the standards or helping the school in any way.
I have taken it personally through the membership of the board with the area MP, Member of Parliament from Winter. We've had so many sessions with him. And on this one also, I want to also appeal to my brother, Member of Parliament of Changamwe. Members of Parliament have a kitty. They give a bursary to students. If only they can channel these monies to school to fund the lunch program, we'll be home and dry. And we have talked to the MP. He's brought some people from Nairobi who are doing the same in another constituency. Just channel whatever you have to the lunch program. When the student comes in, he's settled. Then it will be the school, the government is giving this part, then the area MP is giving this part, and also as I sat with also the Mombasa Cement, Hasubai. He was also in Allidina. And I put this across to him also. The benefits of us feeding the students. It brings so many benefits. These are young souls. They're yearning for education. They're coming from poor parenting. the bright futures in front of them. If we can do that as a community, the whole community, Mombasa community, if we come together and think about this, biggest challenge we have is the lunch program. Once that is settled, then we'll have a student who can concentrate in school, attendance will improve, and some of them come to school, we have a program. Malim, we can tell you that. If you reach school, you come to school by 6:15, we'll give you breakfast. And Malim, please expound on that.
Yeah, well, I like that because you said you can't use a cane. So if you can't, it's just a case of, if it's a carrot or a cane, which one do you prefer to do that?
So what we do, any student who arrives in school by 6:15 a.m., it means that this child has not taken tea at home. So we give tea and bread, not just tea, because if you only give tea, you might not assist so much. Secondly, we also changed the breaks. Initially, break was at 11. So a child who has not taken tea cannot wait until 11. So our break is at 9. Then in the evening, if you intend to stay late in school, we also give tea at 6:30. And should you take that tea, you have to stay in school until 7:30. Because we realized that there are those ones who want to take and disappear. It's normal, so we had to put in something. Just to continue on the partnership, we have also partnered with Dimension Data. They're providing internet to the school for free. And I hear rumors with the former Allidina, I don't know him. I don't know the person himself. We just came in and gave us that internet for free. Secondly, we also have the Rotary Club. I'm sure they're here, they will support this. The Rotary Club has come in strongly and has come in with a digital library. They're actually putting it up in school now. Then we also have Fire Baker, our neighbor, our immediate neighbor. He has come in a very big way. One, he realized that from what Dr. Juzai has also said, that we are only concentrating on academics. So he came up and developed for us a stadium. We are now having a stadium in the school, and he's still developing it. He's making it better. He has put floodlights. We can play even after 6:30. So these are partnerships that are coming into the school.
So it looks like the school is heading to the days like we used to be.
Yeah, we are heading.
And all that. So I don't remember. Do you remember when we used to pay school fees in those days?
Yes,
we did. Yeah. Yes. Obviously not. My father paid for it, or he didn't maybe. Sorry, there are two hands up, please. Okay. Yes, of course.
Mine is actually not.
Yeah, you're okay.
Thank you. I just want to ask the principal, maybe the board of management. I normally come to sit here at, Madaba in the morning. Sometimes I see students in their numbers going back home. I normally stop to inquire from them, why are you going back home? And each one will tell you, I'm supposed to pay some balance. And sometimes it is 1,000, 1,500, 2,500. Then I wonder, 2,000, 1,500, and for a student to miss the whole day's lesson. I don't know whether we have other channels of communication with their parents, or it is just sending off the children to back home. Maybe that is also a concern that I normally have as a parent. Thank you.
Would like to try that?
If you want, immediately I'll do it.
Let's get the response to that one and then
communicate with parents. And we are very good at that and insistent. One, before a student is sent home, we normally, if it is issues to do with funding, we send for the student to tell the parent 1 week in advance. So it's like today is 20th, we are telling you on 1st, bring your parents, not you, go home. We send a reminder 2 days later, then again the last day. So what we normally do, that on the day you are, if that has actually elapsed and the parent has not come, that is when the student is told tomorrow in the morning, come with your parents. But not sending them away anyhow. We don't do that. And also, Mheshimiwa, we also have a good number of students from where you are talking, I believe from how I've gotten that, we also have a number of students who actually stay away from school. And when you ask them, that's what they say. So to solve this and actually remove this blame, we have brought in biometrics in the school. When you get into school, you sign in using your thumb, and your parent receives a message. Your son has reached school.
Wow, that's good.
And in the evening when they leave, it also does the same, so that this type of conflicts are actually eliminated.
That deserves a clap, I think. Well done. Yeah.
Thank you, Walimu, for those points. And Mheshimiwa, what you raised about the school fees. Funding for education and making sure children stay in school is not just a problem for the high school. I am at the medical school, and we have students, even in their final year, who cannot find food. The universities and education ministry is struggling to make sure that these people feed. We have the Nairobi University, for example, funding called the Leave No Leave Behind initiative. What we do every year, we reach out to our former students and we tell them we have students with different needs. Others just need accommodation. Others need food. Others need the full spectrum of the education system taken care of. There are children who come from well-off families, but circumstances change. You lose jobs, you lose opportunities to make funding and the likes. What happens to you? So when you have this 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 shillings that is missing, sometimes even the translation of that information from the children to the family is difficult because there are 3, 4, 5 other children who are in that house who are not going anywhere. You are coming back to the state, you don't go back to school because you want 1,000 and you don't have money for that. On the other hand, there are lots of alumni groups, the different people who have left in different years. Those are the soft spots you can use. For example, our class had the former governor of Lamu, for example, the senator who's just been here, Dr. Juzamuka, who's here, Dr. Maje as well. If you pick one of those as you come across them along the way, they will be able to galvanize other people. Adopt a class, adopt a lunch, adopt a certain perspective. That's good. It doesn't have to be big, but slowly and progressively we build on this. There are a lot of people who have benefited from Allidina in different ways. We were talking about the deputy veterinarian, for example, in the morning. His 3 children also came through the school as well, where they are in contact with them. You know, we spent our time talking about him so much. We forgot about his family. My own father was the chair of the board of governors in Allidina. And I'm proud because when I teach in class, the students, where did you come from? Last night I was in this train that we're talking about, and the person sitting across to me is a medical doctor in Madeira, and he says, I trained in Allidina. And I told him, you must come back and give something back. And he said, here we are. Thank you.
We had this discussion about the challenges the school has faced and the opportunities that are available. And obviously there's a lot alumni can do. I see a lot of hands going up. But I was going to bring in some contribution from the alumni group shortly. But there's some hands here. Can you run around faster? Bring one up here as well. Please identify yourself, give us your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Mahmoud Noorani. And I am the chairman or president of the Rotary Club of Mombasa. Allidina is perceived to be a rich person's school. Unfortunately, that is the case. You talk to any group of that. I was trying to raise some funds for our beloved school. And I'm told, wow, Allidina are looking for funds. Why? There are many rural schools out there who suffer. So, I had a tough job. I had to convince them that there is something known as the urban poor also. So there is that image that we have that we need to work on and to go forward with certain solutions. I believe and I agree with the sentiments expressed by Dr. Jusa that given time, this new team will bring the changes required. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Since James is sitting there, hasn't had a chance to speak, were you aware that Allidina is seen as a Richmond school? I don't say. Were you aware of that? That Allidina is perceived as a Richmond people's school? As a rich school?
No, not really. Okay, I'm new in the county, but the time I've stayed in this county now for 6 weeks, I don't think that's a perception we have for Allidina Islam High School. It is not. It is not for the. I didn't get the question very clearly. It is not for the rich. It's not for the rich because it is one of our key schools, and our schools in Mombasa County, we only have 2 boarding schools. A national school called Simulatewa High School for boys and another national school called Mamagina Girls High School for girls. All the other schools are day schools. And the Allidina Islam is one of our key schools. So it is for children, irrespective of the background, because they are all coming from, they are all these scholars. So I think that perception that is for the rich is not there, really.
From you. Do you agree with that? Partially, I do agree with that. Everyone, when you hear Allidina Islam High School, they assume it is a high-cost private school. Until you come in is when you realize it's actually a public school, a sub-county school. So that is actually affecting us so much.
Thank you. Yeah, one hand up to the back. You're next.
Good afternoon, family. My name is Mr. Vidad Hemi, alumni 8689, and I happen to be a PA chairman for 5 years, sitting on the board, currently also BOM executive member. Well, I have got some few issues I want to tackle. First, to emphasize on the matter of sending kids home. Once a child, as my principal has said, it is just to go and remind the parent you owe the school certain amount. Now it is upon the parent at least to commit, at least to come and commit him or herself that I know I owe the school and I will pay even if end of month. But the problem here lies with the parents, as we all know, and it was mentioned here. The parents of today are not the same as yesterday. It is a public school, and they all know that it is a public school. In a public school, in a private school, they control. If you don't come home, you repeat. Yesterday, when we were at Gymkhana, a senior member told me, I repeated during our days, he twice repeated when he was in Allidina, twice repeated. So this happens in private school. But in our school, when a boy is not performing and you try to share with the parents that he is not performing, why don't he repeat? That's a big challenge. Another thing, we have a WhatsApp group of alumni, around 345 members. And I keep on sharing any development in there in our school. Personally, through my initiative, we had around 5 students. These 5 students, they have challenge at their homes. Either single parent or not given enough time at home. A good example, there's one child who is very bright. During his free time, maybe after school, he stays with his uncle. Maybe parents are far away, could be a country. The uncle, by profession, is a welder. So he tells the boy, you come and assist me doing this work. This is the one which pays you for your fees. And that is a bright boy. We managed to pick him. We have a residence at school who is supposed to accommodate the principal, but the principal is not staying there. we have students keeping them. That's not a body. But with these challenges, we keep them there. They are serious. I personally, Mr. Mikdad, I normally visit school even at 10 p.m. After prayers, morning prayers, I also go to that school, my school, our school in fact. I visit the school and I see those serious boys doing what's supposed to be done. Seriously. Luckily, I even stay near the school. On the main road, I see the movement of the boys. As early as 5 a.m., some boys are rushing to school and they are wanted there maybe by 6:30. But 5 a.m., you can see a serious boy, rushing just to go and do revision before the normal class. These are serious boys. Now I'm going back to these serious boys who have challenges at home. Either poor, orphans, have some difficulties at home, single parent. Out of these 5 students I'm talking about, these are good grades. Them 5, they had previous exams, they scored I think C and C+. With these 5, there are others, but I'm talking with these we were sponsoring them. With these 5, they shoot to B and B+ within 1 term. And the sponsor is coming from among us members here. I normally put it in group, who can assist this boy, and we know he is bright through the teachers. When I meet them, I even encourage, and I have clips, I convince them, we are sponsoring, somebody is sponsoring you, what are you going to give us? The good grades belongs to you, not to me, not to the principal, not to the institute. It's yours. And we are fighting hard to entwine this problem which you are in.
Thank you for your contributions. So you mentioned all the mentoring and everything. I'll pick that up very shortly. You would like to add something? Yes. Because we're running out of time.
I think I'm audible enough.
No, please use it. We'll get recorded.
It's on?
Yeah, press.
Okay, fine. Sorry for that. My name is Were Geoffrey. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I've been sworn in the bar as an advocate in the year 1999. I finished law school in 1999. I was in the class of 1990 at Allidina. Honorable Oposa was a class ahead of me. Now, straight to my point. We've had challenges with the principal. Our principal was pretty method. The current principal is the only. The challenges that you are talking about with regard to breakfast and the lunch. I don't know if you've thought of maybe putting a pay to the parents and the alumni section and maybe the various WhatsApp groups. That to me will help going forward. Put a pay, because you reach people even overseas and beyond, apart from the partners. If you can have a pay, anybody who went through Allidina and friends quickly chip in. With regards to the breakfast and lunch, that's my comment.
Thank you. Will you come in?
Thank you. I'll be very brief.
Go ahead.
So my view on this, I'm class of 2005, and one of the things I learned as I was applying for university in 2005 was we were encouraged to choose the University of Nairobi because it's in the heart of the city. And in addition to the academic program, then you get to also build your network, your social and professional network by being in the city of Nairobi. Now I live and work in Nairobi as a journalist. I was fortunate to join the university and I finished my degree in political science and I live there. But the benefit of being in that environment for me, it gave me an opportunity to intern, like get into these organizations within the city during the school breaks, the university breaks, and start building some skills. What I'm driving at here is, if we as Allidinians, because I've had it said by a lot of older Allidinians that back in the day, all you needed to have to start your career was a certificate from the Allidina Mission School within Mombasa. So if the organizations, especially the corporate institutions that are present and represented here, can also commit
to taking these students over the holidays, because there's a book by a man called Alvin Toffler called Future Shock that talks about the differences that occur in children who are successful in life based on what they do during their school time and what they do during the holidays. So this time during the holidays, if we can absorb some of these students into the organizations and give them some exposure, give them some opportunity to see what working in a certain profession looks like, so that their minds can open up. Then when they go back to the school the next term, they would approach their learning in a different way. I think this is also something that could be very meaningfully impactful to the children, and it's something that we could do, in our different ways to sort of give them some apprenticeship and give them some professional skills that they can benefit from. And on another note, I've heard from journalists, when we hosted the journalists at the school the other day, last week, for the launch of these celebrations, one of them actually asked, Allidina is a public school, so it is true that the perception out there is that Allidina is actually a private school and a very out of reach institution.
Thank you.
So, one point please.
Yeah.
The large problem that we're talking about for our students is barely $120. I mean, just talking because of the colleagues, $120 per year.
For students.
Per student. Just things in 120 in the current rate, $120 per year. Thank you.
I think it's very heartening to have here that not only we have a very dedicated and forward-thinking headmaster, we have the support of the education institutions, we have the support of the board, we have the Rotary, like the Rotary clubs, past parent teachers, everybody really willing to get involved and move the school forward. The alumni have played a great part, and I'm going to come on to that in a minute. But before I go any further, let me just turn to our headmaster and ask him, what do you think are the school's aspirations and goals for the future?
The future is bright. That is for certain. Today, we want to go back to where we were, where you people left us. It is your achievement that is making people look at us as a private school. That is where we want to go. Those achievements, we have put it here clearly that next year, God willing, we want to go for the challenge. We've celebrated 100 years. We want next year to release into the universities at least 100 students. That is a big challenge that we want to take up. We want to become the giants that we were. We also feel, we actually saddened, we actually feel like something is not right. When we go out there and they say Allidina used to be, we want to go back to where we say this is the Allidina Visram High School that we were.
So before we have made you a revelation to make in a minute, which I'll do in a minute, which was going to be made tomorrow, but we're going to do today. I would like to add something personal here. All you who have come here today, I recognize are people who have made a commitment to the school and will continue to carry that conviction and commitment to the future. So I was just had this bright idea last night at Gymkhana. Everybody here wants to keep in touch with each other, and I thought we should form a small group. And I came up with the name of the 100 Group. The people who came to celebrate 100 years of Allidina. Going forward, that 100 Group will be the founder members, all of you who've made the effort to come to this event. Yes. We will then add other people. We will then work with the alumni group and do all the things we all want here to do. Am I agreed? Are we agreed? We all want to do something. Because the school has a bright future. The school is on the right path. The school is going to be what it used to be, and what we all have been saying used to be in future. Now, before I sit down, shall I pull the curtain?
Yes.
I've been given the honor for the principal of showing you what's here. Are you ready for this? I'll let the principal describe.
Allidina Bisram High School was built in 1921. It is 100 years. This school, the lifespan of that building is almost coming to an end, 100 years down the line. If me and you don't come out and actually build another school, build another tuition block, these children tomorrow will have nowhere to go. This school has made us who we are today. It was the dream of Allidina Bisram that it continues serving the community. So we want to set Allidina Bisram for the next 100 years again. And in that line, we have developed a replica of the same school, that we don't lose the history of the school. We have what we call the hockey pitch, popularly people call the hockey pitch. That hockey pitch, we want to transform it into a new school. And that's the dream of the school. And that's why I brought it here, that as alumni, let us support the future generation. Let us see how we can make this dream be realized. Let us see how we can continue having Allidina to where it is, and Allidina still remain there. Today, when you come to school tomorrow, I'll show you. The building, some sections are actually cracking. They're almost coming down. The bridge that you knew collapsed. Now, what next? Are we prepared for the next 100 years? And that is an answer, that is a question I've brought here, and that is what I'm posing to you. Please support the school. Let us move to the next 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for our panelists and everybody.
Thank you, Ganesh. Thank you. The panel is very inspiring. We need the support. What has been done on the existing building, and we need a new building, as the principal has said. So we've all learned it. There will be a WhatsApp group. Let's support the cause. Correct, Mr. Amir? Thank you. Now it gives me pleasure to invite another ex-classmate. We've been again together, the three of us, since 1964. Abdulkadir Haji, professor. We used to study together. I don't know if you remember Chuda 4. There was an ice factory there. It's no longer there. We'd go there in the afternoons to do our readings instead of the library. He is education director is about to leave, so we'll give him 5 minutes to address the gathering. Your Honor.
Thank you. Actually, I was not going to leave. You were asked to vacate from that table. We now sit somewhere so that you can also translate to the, but on the reading should say after that. To the organizers of this very, very important conference, alumni of Allidina Bisram High School, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm very excited to stand in front of you. I know that it's not on our side, but standing here and looking at all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm told you are professionals in your own right across 15 countries, including Kenya. I feel really excited. I can imagine how it was when we were in our school and it would have been Islam. So we are very encouraged by your presence. And also, as the County Director of Education Mombasa, I wish I had come earlier. I had another meeting which I was also opening somewhere for our principals of secondary schools. I could not come earlier. But from the discussion that I found here, we are really on the right track for Allidina Islam High School. I see a beautiful school here. I have not been able to go to the school. I'll be joining you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Before then, I have not been able to go to the school. Like you have been told, I'm very new. But going by the discussion that we have encountered here for the short time I've been with you, and seeing what is here, I see a bright future for Allidina Islam. So I want to pass our commitment as education department. Our government is very committed to promotion of education in all our education institutions. And as education officials, we are here to ensure that the good work done by the Ministry of Education, the good work done by our partners in education, and now our alumni for our school, we are all going to work together. So we look forward to visualizing this vision. I fully welcome that idea of forming a group among the alumni where all your ideas, how you can use the resources for the school can be actualized. So we are very happy. So mine is to sincerely thank you, alumni. 100 years is not a short time. 100 years. And we are now going somewhere. So I'm very impressed with the work of the school. I commend the board of management. The school principal has taken you through. And as education department, we are going to support you. With those very few remarks, I say Karibuni Kenya, Karibuni Mombasa, and I look forward to meeting you tomorrow as we celebrate the 100 years of Allidina Islam High School. Thank you, ladies and
gentlemen. Thank you very much for your support, and we look forward to the future. Professor Abdulkader Haji, again, was with us in Allidina 68, 69, and then he left the country to go to Sweden, studied at the University of Uppsala, and since then he's been there. He's been a professor. He did behavioral neuroscience, and he's been involved in research work at the European Union levels. So there was a lot of funding for, and he will explain more. So you have in the program, there are two titles. One program was showing that he's going to talk about what is brain plasticity. But we've simplified it and said physical exercise, brain function, and healthy aging. So it's opportune time for him to tell us how to do it.
Fellow ex-Allidinians, members of the organizing committee, it's a great pleasure to be here. And I want first to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to come and talk on this topic, which is of considerable interest to a number of you, I have been told, on healthy aging. I'm going to talk about the effect of physical exercise, brain function, and healthy aging. As you can see, and as I told you, I have been based in Sweden. I worked at this university hospital, which is Karolinska University Hospital, which is one of the largest university hospitals in Europe. And I spent some 33 years there. research on aging. And then I'm also based at another university, which is called Linnaeus University, which is south of Sweden. I worked at the same time as I was working at Karolinska. Thank you. And Linnaeus University takes its name from the famous Sweden, very famous and well-renowned botanist Carl Linnaeus, who's been well-known for a few centuries, I would say. So I was based, I've been here for around 17 years at this university now. So I'm showing you buildings, but this is the third building, but this is the one that is quite close to me. Because this is Old Town. You can't hear you. Hello, yeah. I can't hear you. So now, can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, so this is Old Town.
Is that Gamla stuff?
Yeah, this is Old Town. Where it comes from. Yes. You was born. Where I was born, so in this house, in this room here, I was born. And I used to run around here, and we have a mosque here. And for 2 years, 1968 and 1969, every day, from Monday to Friday in the morning, I would walk along this narrow path. I would walk home, walk alone, and about 20, 25 minutes later, I was in this place. Yes. And so I used to walk every day, and later on I realized the importance of water. Okay. Yeah. Is it better? Yes. Okay. On the mouth. On the mouth. So I will talk about physical activity and its effect on brain function and health. So we have to define, as the linguist here told us, we have to define what we are working on. So physical activity has been defined by Carl Kasperson, who is an exercise epidemiologist in the USA. He defined physical activity as any body movements produced by skeletal muscle that result in energy expenditure. So physical activity in daily life can be categorized into occupational, sport, household, and other activities. And exercise is a subset of physical activity, and that is planned, structured, and repetitive. And brain function, I will talk only about one region, which is called the hippocampus. It's a very important region of the brain, which is known to be involved in learning and memory. And very interesting studies that have come up that have shown that physical activity actually influences the hippocampus. It induces structural changes in the hippocampus, and this has consequences for better learning. And healthy aging has been defined, according to the World Health Organization, as developing and maintaining the functional ability that enables well-being in older age. So this talk will be about these three interactions. So there is also definition as in human aging there is usual or normal aging and successful aging, or healthy aging. And it has been shown that the aging process itself, exercise, personal and social factors are very important for successful aging. And defining these scientists below have defined successful aging as the low probability of disease and disease-related disability, high cognitive function and functional capacity, and active engagement in life. So these two scientists, Rowe and Kahn, they presented their model of healthy aging or successful aging, which they say is a component of three different things. So it involves avoiding disease and disability, And the other component is that you have high cognitive or physical function. And the third component is engagement with life. So they said that it's no longer avoiding disease and disability is itself here. Important as it is, it does not constitute the whole concept of healthy aging. And similarly, high cognitive or physical function, it is important, but still, on itself, it's not, that's not it cannot be said it's successful aging. What they mean by here by successful aging is that it's a combination of all these three factors. Right? Avoiding disease and disability, high cognitive or physical function, and engagement in life, social mental activity. I found so in the 1960s there were two important discoveries on brain function. One was the idea that the environment can induce changes in the brain, adult brain. This scientist, Edward Bennett, a biochemist, Marion Diamond, a neuroanatomist, Edward Craig and Michael Rosenzweig, experimental psychologists. So they joined forces and studied the impact of environment on the brain using adult rats. What they did was they put rats in these, what they call enriched environment. They had social stimulation, they had physical exercise, they could run, and they had intellectual stimulation because they changed these toys every day. So these animals were kept for 1 month in this environment condition, and they were compared with the other animals that were kept in two environments. And they found that those animals in the enriched condition, their brain structure was changed. There were neuroanatomical changes in their brain. Their brains were heavier, and there were chemical changes also, and when they tested their learning ability, they were better than those animals from poor environment. So this was in the 1960s when they presented this to us. Nobody believed it. They said, no, this is... So the animals were adults, and they were told that the brain is already fixed when one is adult, so you can never change it. Only if they were younger animals, then we would ever do it. But they repeated this experiment many times. And the end it was accepted that when they published their paper, Chemical and Anatomical Plasticity of Brain, so that there was different biochemical changes and anatomical changes of the brain following environmental stimulation. And so this environmental stimulation, they did it in adults, and we did it in aged animals, all what we call old animals, with collaborators from Croatian Institute of Brain Research. And we show that even in aged animals, stimulation induces changes in the brain. So there is, you see that we show old. In rats as in humans, age can be classified. So there are young old, there are old, and then there is old, and then there is oldest old. So in humans, when they are 60 to 69, we say that they are old. And when they are 70 to 79, 60 to 69, they are young old. 70 to 79 years of age, we say that they were old. And 80 to 89 years old, we say old. And 90 onwards, we say that they are oldest old.
Thank you.
So what's interesting is that even in oldest old, you can still change the brain structure by environmental stimulation. And it turned out that this physical exercise, the running wheels there, they turned out to be a very important factor in this. So that physical exercise can induce changes in the brain. And another important discovery in the 1960s was by Joseph Altman, who was at MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, in the 1960s, for the first time, he showed that the brain can change, it grows in adults. This is adult. The brain still grows when we are adults. It's no longer the thought. And he was also, people did not agree with this. So he presented some papers published in most prestigious journals, but his findings were ignored or dismissed as unimportant for over 2 decades. So it was in the 1990s that people began to believe that neurogenesis, that is growth of neurons, takes place in adults. This is by Charles C. Gross, my ex-friend from Princeton University. He showed that in primates, the brain is also, with his colleague Elizabeth Gould, that the brain still produces new neurons in the adult, during the adult. And as you can see, he was very good in writing. They say for over 100 years, the central assumption in the field of neuroscience has been that no new neurons are added to the adult mammalian brain. So this dogma persisted in the face of contradictory evidence before its final collapse. So now it is accepted that the brain is plastic and it grows neurons during adulthood. So the idea that the mammalian brain is hardwired and incapable of significant plasticity is no longer tenable. So throughout life, the adult brain retains a limited capacity for functional and structural reorganization in response to activity, behavior, and skill acquisition. So what was shown, this is Fernando Notre Dame at Rockefeller University, and he clearly shows that in birds, for example, that the brain changes in adults. When they sing, the volume of their brain, the volume of the area that controls singing is increased. And when they do not sing in winter, it goes down. In summer, spring, the volume increases. So it's clearly that the brain is responsive and changes even at adult. So those were rats and bats. But what was a dramatic finding was two neuroscientists, Fred Piech, who was at the University of California, San Diego at that time, and Peter Erickson from the University of Göteborg. They showed for the first time that neurogenesis in the adult human. So in humans, that we have new neurons, even in old people, but it still grows, and they produce new neurons. In the hippocampus, this area which is involved in learning and memory. And recently also, Jonas Chrysanthemum, who made this study at the Karolinska Institute, he also showed that there is more neurons that are formed in adult humans. Neurogenesis takes place. So these research has provided evidence for continued neurogenesis into adulthood at rates that suggest it may play a significant role in human behavior. So for most of the 20th century, as I said, neuroscientists thought that the adult mammalian brain did not generate new neurons. But now this is accepted, and there are clinical studies also that show that the brain, with a very interesting title, psychiatrist Norman Doyle, in his book he explains how the brain that changes itself. Neuroplasticity, or brain plasticity, refers to the brain's ability to change throughout life. And the human brain has the amazing ability to reorganize itself by forming new connections between brain cells. So exercise, physical activity is known to have numerous neuroprotective and cognitive benefits, especially in regard to memory and learning. And one potential link connecting them is exercise mediated, is So physical activity induces neurogenesis. This has been seen. It induces growth of neurons in adult animals. Among other things, will running. Now this is studies in rats. It shows that physical activity enhances learning. It increases neuronal survival. This is a neurotrophin that I can tell you about, BDNF, which is an interesting chemical in the brain, in the hippocampus. It is related to learning also. So physical activity increases the level of this BDNF. It stimulates angiogenesis, that's blood formation of neurogenesis. Blood capillaries, angiogenesis, neurogenesis, neurons, and oligonucleotides. So it improves motor and cognitive function, and it prolongs lifespan and maintains cognitive function during aging. So this was in animals. And in humans, there are studies which have shown that it promotes, physical exercise promotes cerebral and cardiovascular health, reduces risk of stroke, enhances cognitive function, and it upregulates cerebral blood volume and protects against brain atrophy and reduces risk of dementia. So these are all studies that have been published, and there are more. There are a lot of studies now coming up on the importance of physical activity. This is Rita Levi-Montalcini, who got Nobel Prize in 1986 for discovering this growth factor. I mentioned one of these growth factors that was discovered by another person called neurotrophin, BDNF, which is, as I mentioned, very important in the hippocampus. It's found a lot in the hippocampus. It is increased during learning, and it's related to memory performance in aged rats. So in aged rats, those that have high level of BDNF, they perform better in learning. They have better memory performance. And exercise, again, this work was shown by Carl Kochman at the University of California, Irvine, where the distance that rats, when they have access to these running wheels, they can run for many kilometers. And so those that run, you see days, number of days, distance per night, the more they run, the higher level of this BDNF. So it's clearly related to physical activity, that it reduces. So exercise has been suggested to help to try to use it as a behavioral intervention to enhance brain health and plasticity. So there's a lot of studies that show that exercise does induce changes in the brain in aged humans. These are just examples of some of the papers that came out which show that aerobic exercise increases brain volume in aging humans. And there's one study which received a lot of attention, and it was done in Illinois. They show that exercise training increases the size of the campus and improves learning in aged individuals. The study was used based on aerobic exercise. There were 60 elderly people who got training, aerobic exercise, all controlled. And then 6 months later, or 1 year later, they would test their volume of the hippocampus was taken. As you can see, the baseline, and then 6 months, and then 1 year, the hippocampal volume increased following this training. This is all elderly. So physical activity, what they showed is that exercise training increased hippocampal volume and effectively reversing age-related loss in volume by 1 to 2 years. So this is, we also have a project called SAGE, Successful Aging and Enrichment, that I've been leading with my colleague at Harvard Medical School, Dr. Carl Daphna, and it's also involved the Medical University of South Carolina, and so it's a collaboration between Karolinska Institute, Linnaeus University, Harvard Medical School, and University Medical School of South Carolina. And we have shown also that just 35 minutes of physical training, it induces changes in this BDNF that I mentioned. These are the people that we tested. The elderly, they are all people that we saw that physical exercise induced changes in their level. So the question is, can exercise and physical activity contribute to brain health and enhance quality of life for others who are 65 years or older? And clearly, we have shown it's known now that it does have very protective effects in adults, and exercise can combat the frailty and vulnerability that are caused by inactivity, minimize the biological changes of aging, and control chronic diseases in elderly people. So researchers have consistently reported that adults who are physically active also report higher levels of well-being and physical function. This is a group from Copenhagen in Denmark, and suggesting that exercise as medicine. And they did a study to show that, and they suggest that exercise can be used to treat different diseases like depression, anxiety, dementia, obesity, type 2 diabetes. Very interesting work that they suggested. We have heard about Ali Mazrui, was mentioned before by Professors Laila and Mohammed Bakari, and our most distinguished scholar, when he gave an inaugural lecture at Makerere University. He was a professor of political science there, and in 1966, in his inaugural lecture, he said, it is almost always safe to say it all goes back to ancient Greece. So he said, if you have bright ideas, you should suspect that the ancient Greeks had already thought about it. And this seems to be the case with physical exercise. And Socrates already, the ancient Greek, he said that no man has the right to be an amateur in the matter of physical training. It is a shame for a man to grow old without seeing the beauty and strength of which his body is capable. And later said that surely a person of sense would submit to anything like exercise so as to obtain a well-functioning mind and a pleasant, happy life. And his student, Plato, said also, lack of activity destroys the good condition of every human being, while movement and methodical physical exercise save it and preserve it. Here's some more quotes from the ancient Greeks about the importance of physical activity. From Hippocrates, he said, if we give every individual the right amount of nourishment and exercise, not too little and not too much, we would have found the safest way to health. And he also said if there is any deficiency in food and exercise, the body will fall sick. Walking is man's best medicine. And all parts of the body, if used in moderation and exercise in labors to which each is accustomed, become thereby healthy and well developed and age slowly. But if they are unused and left idle, they become liable to disease, defective in growth, and age quickly. And some words from some philosophers still on the importance of physical exercise. Friedrich Nietzsche said, all truly great thoughts are conceived by walking. And the Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard said, I have worked myself into my best thoughts, and I know of no thought so burdensome that one cannot walk away from it. And Jean-Jacques Rousseau said, my mind works only with my legs. Since we're celebrating 100 years of Allidina, we have an oldest doctor in America. He is 100 years old, and he said he has 5 things. He was asked how to be such a teacher. He said he has 5 things I never do to live a long happy life. One of them is to never retire. Second is to see that he is in good shape, physical exercise, he mentioned also, and the importance of social I've socialized, and those are the factors you mentioned. And of course, Allidina had known about the importance of physical exercise. We were students, and society it doesn't know that he's increasing neurogenesis in his hippocampus, so that he can learn better. And I was told by other alumni, look at the menus, dynamic look at the menus. The menu swing from where to where? All the way to the English point. And he was doing a good job for you. For swimming and we also had the hockey, very good in hockey. So all these, they should continue. So it is important. These athletics, it's not just mental, but there is a connection between the heart and the brain. What is good for the heart is good for the brain. And with exercise, it improves the one. And we see that it induces really very positive effects. I didn't mention anything like endorphins. I didn't want to mention any chemicals because I told me to keep it low. And I didn't even mention about the fly brain. I promised Peter that I will not mention about fly brain. But I can tell you that the effect of this stimulation, environmental stimulation, has been seen in a wide variety of species, animals, rats, mice, rabbits, and even flies. So I can say from flies to philosophers, I can see environmental stimulation induces changes in their brain. So thank you.
Thank you, Abdul, for the inspiring talk. I think one of the things that we need to do is leave our class tomorrow morning, walk our way all the way to the school. Yeah. So we have come to the end of our conference today. We just have the three gentlemen, Mr. Praveen Pandya, Pendita Mana, and Mr. Indimuni with their closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for being a master of ceremony, and you've done a great job. Thank you very much. There's another thing I would like to mention. You are wearing all these beautiful benches. They've been made by the help of the principal and by the students. And the principal, thank you very much for these lovely benches. I'm going to frame mine and keep it for later on. We've got a very important announcement that after we finish here, after we finish tea, we're going to have a tree planting organized by the hotel to celebrate our 100 years. So a very sincere thanks to the management of the hotel. Thank you. I was mentioned there were 3 of the oldest Allidinas here. I don't know if they're here now. The oldest Allidinas, there's one sitting on the right here, a chap called Praveen Pandya. There was Manu Majichia, is he there? Manu Majichia. And 1951. And Sulibai has already gone. He has just left. Yeah, he has left. Who? No, he was sitting here. Sitting here. No, yes, he's gone. He's gone to get ready for the banquet. Yes.
So who is the youngest?
Okay. I think we have come to the end of our serious part. it wasn't that serious. We always were the company of having one or two. To end of the conference, it's been wonderful, and I think everybody enjoyed. Is there anyone who did not enjoy the conference? Put your hands up. I more than enjoyed. Thank you. Thank you. And again, I would like to thank Bhai Sahib, Dr. Mohinder Singh, who has come all the way from UK to be with us here at the and his team. There were few of them here. And you see everyone with the Kalimba is part of his team. Except me, I don't have a Kalimba, but I'm part of his team. Yeah. From the heart. And thank you, all the lecturers. Thank you, Ray. Thank you. And without the audience, we are nowhere. Thank you, all the delegates. It's wonderful to see you. And we are going to have a fantastic banquet in the evening. So where you can relax, fellowship, enjoy yourself, and if you feel like, you can get drunk. Right. Very important thing that we still have the souvenirs outside for sale. Anyone who has not ever got the magazine, you will never get a better magazine, a guarantee. So the magazine is there, the school bags are there, the school shirt is there, and it's worth 2,000 shillings each, which is nothing. Convert that into pounds and dollars, you're laughing. So thank you very much for the great friendship, everything, but I would like to bring on Mr. Indamuli for his remarks. And as far as I'm concerned, my committee has done a wonderful job, and I'm very grateful to them for being with us for over 3.5 years. Thank you. And Indamuli, and then we'll ask our chairman to conclude this evening. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great relief that that 3.5 years we've had such a wonderful and successful conference. Please, I just want to re-emphasize on the souvenirs. There are only 100 bags and 100 t-shirts, the polo shirts. Please, let's just get rid of them. The magazines, as I said, there are only 1,000 being printed. We have more than 20,000 people. The price is what it is, and you can be sure that the sponsorship hasn't been there, and the economic difficulties in Kenya, so we didn't get the kind of advertising we were hoping to get. So whatever sales we get goes towards paying for the functions, for various other activities, for the consultants. There are people who we are paying for doing the work. So please support us by buying a souvenir or two for yourselves and for your families. Thank
you. Naturally, I am a man of very few words. But being a teacher, I have to have very many words. So I'm here. Yes, I want to start by recognizing our partners, those who have supported us in school. It would actually be very unfair for me not to allow them to just say one word only. Rotary Club first. There are only two, not many. Rotary Club.
Fellowship and fun for a cause. Remember, our headmaster was talking about that student who got caned in school. Do you remember when the headmaster was addressing us, he talked about that student who got caned?
Yeah.
I got caned. Do you know what I'd done? I played a prank on our headmaster then. That was Mr. Mehta, but we love him. We remember him. And we deserved it, but he taught us. Chairman, Mr. Pandya, Conference Director, Rotarian Fendi Kumara, my brother, Honorable Omar Mwini, Board Chairman, Ibrahim, Ministry of Education officials, all the Allidinians and your better halves, all protocols observed. Assalamu alaikum. I wish you a very pleasant and warm afternoon. My name is Mahmoud Nurani, and I am the president of the Rotary Club of Asa. I am also an old Allidinian. Mine is to officially congratulate all of you, the whole Allidinian fraternity, on this 100 years celebration. And I promise you more projects towards this school. We have just done up a digital library. We are also in the process of reviving the Interact Club of Allidina Wisra. This is where ethics are learned and taught. The Rotary Interact clubs are valued with high ethical standards. So, I now have a request. Rotarians always go around begging balls. I wish to extend contacts with each and every Rotarian amongst you so that we can do more for this beloved school of ours. Thank you so much. Last I mentioned that. No.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is Robert Perejo, representing the National Theatre. I want to congratulate the committee for the wonderful work done. For us, we have hopefully now you can hear me. Yeah. As I think, good evening everyone, thank you so much. Representing the National Theatre East Africa. And we wanted to congratulate the committee for the wonderful work they have done. For us, we are partnering with Allidina in digital transformation. We are providing them with free internet connection to enhance the program. Our company basically deals with technology services, we deal with internet services, cloud services, cyber security, technology solutions, and other. Thank you everyone, and looking forward to continue working with you.
Thank you. I also want to begin by thanking all the participants for having sat through the conference this morning. It's not easy. We have traveled a long way, and to sit here, it means that you are so dedicated and you wish to give service to our great institution. Members of the organizing committee and Mr. Pravin, thank you so much. We have gone through so much, we can't say it here, but we are happy you are here. I can also not finish without talking about Mohammed Allidina, the first student who joined this institution. We are celebrating today because he registered on that particular day. That is why we are here. I can also not finish without mentioning Didi Doshi, the first student who excelled from the school, 1929. This is very important. I also want to take this opportunity that this conference has created so many opportunities for our school. This conference has taught me so much as the head of the institution, as an individual. I have learned one very important thing, that we should do things differently from what we are doing. We should always take into account, we should always audit our system, what is ailing us, and this is what this conference has done for us. This conference has also reminded me that Allidina is a big community. It's a community that always comes together and stands together. That why have we been suffering these years when we only needed to say there's a problem in the school and you come in. This has been learned in this particular conference. This conference also has also opened a door for my students. I didn't know I have Mohammed Bakari here, professor, that I can come and talk to him anytime as easy as it has been today. You can be sure, if I was to go to Professor Leila's office and say, I've come to talk to you, it can take me a week maybe to get an appointment. But if I went and say, I've come here because I'm an Allidinian, or I'm from the Allidinian community, that door is open. This is a lesson I've learned today. I've also learned that as you come to any conference, anytime there's an interaction, there's always something that you take back home. I have also gotten a passport here that I need to read and see how I transfer the same to my students. How do they benefit from it? This has been learned from this particular conference. My students, as you sit here today, I am very grateful. Please let us remain together and see this school going back to where it is. In the course of this interaction, I wish to inform you the celebration has started. One of us, year 1972, has donated 8 million Kenya shillings. Thank you so much. May God bless you. Welcome to the school tomorrow. Remember, we have a tug of war.
Just last few, if you would come over and invite Mr. Pandia to speak. But on Mr. Inubudi's favor, we really interacted very well with Mr. Indimodi. He's been very cooperative. He's the catalyst that we need to move Allidina forward. And I hope he remains as energetic as he has been. And we're sure to be where we want to be. Thank you very much for the attention.
Finally, sorry. That's the teacher I am. I have a book I want one of us to take home. This book has been signed by me. This book has been signed by Professor Mohammed Bakari. This book I wish to call Wanaviresh Code to help me pay fees for a student. I respect Mr. Viresh Paul so much. We interact on so much.
This is the book. This is the program book commemorating 50-year anniversary. Today we got the 100-year anniversary book here. So we really go to auctions. So what am I? This is a very nice book. I have one at home because my father was actually acting headmaster when this took place.
You'll have a second vote.
No, I want somebody else to take my vote. I'd like to have an offer. What am I waiting for this book? It's a very precious document which you can show your children. Because some of your pictures might even be this one. So what am I waiting for this book? What am I? Come on, let me have a generous hand up. 20 pounds. 20 pounds. 20 pounds, I'm afraid. In sterling.
So Indian shilling.
Indian shilling would be. I'm not counting right now. 20,000. More than 20,000. The president of the Rotary Club, what are you doing? 10,000 shillings. 10,000 shillings, that's more than what? Is that more than 20,000? Yeah, correct. No, yeah.
Yeah, 10,000 shillings more.
Yeah, 10,000 more? Sorry.
Okay, last one we don't do.
No, let's quickly do this, finish this off. One more offer. Yes, how much, sir?
50,000 shillings.
50,000 shillings. One more bidder than me, please. 50,000 going once. No one, anybody else? 50,000 going twice. 50,000.
I think we are very lucky. The book, 50 book has been bought by Sahib. And he is one of the oldest students because he was in Allidina, I think around 1950s? 51. 51. So he's a very time, yes. So thank you very much for that generous offer. And I think the school will be very happy to receive that money. Very quickly, the principal reminded me of something. He spoke about the first student, Tiji Doshi, who came over in the Samaj school. His son, Kiran Doshi, was an ex-student of the school as well. He went for studies to India, stayed there, and worked with the diplomatic services of India. He was India's ambassador to Kenya, USA, and many other countries. He was our first choice as our editor. I was flying from Australia to meet him in New Delhi, and I just got the news that he had passed away. So, on your behalf, we have already sent the condolences and to his family and to the Jewish again. His sister Viva Shah came in and helped us a lot. So before we was the editor. So when you see Viva, please thank her on her behalf for all her contributions.
It's already there.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, now I'll hand you over to the man who started it all, Mr. Praveen Pandya.
I'm very happy to say I'm very pleased with the results of my efforts. It has turned into a very successful meeting. Well, the other good news is after very many months, I have had very sound sleep. I had a very sound sleep after quite some months. Last night I slept through without getting up, going into the toilet and writing something for the morning. I am very happy. Very happy with what it has turned into. And I thank you all for that. As far as the work is concerned, I don't want to say anything. You see for yourself, and you tell me what you think of it and what improvements, if at all, you would like to see. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Pandya. Finally, we want to thank management and all the staff of Travelers Beach Hotel. Melba and her team, thank you very much. You've been really nice, superb, and you've been very helpful. Thank you. Please, coffee, sir.
My name is Kundan Suchak, and this is my wife Kiran. We are students of Allidina. I had been there from 1955 onwards, and she joined in 1959 for her A-levels. So I had to pull on for 2 more years because I got attached to her, and it has ended up in a marriage for us. Allidina has given us education for sure, but it has given me a good family life too. Yeah?
Allidina gave me an opportunity to find a partner for myself, and we have had a very lovely time together. We have been married for 52 years now, and no problems. And we have 2 lovely grown-up children, married and settled, and grandchildren, all very happy.
And all thanks to Allidina. Thank you.
It was nice to see, nice to meet people. Very happy Allidina is there. It is a pride for us to be called as an Allidinian. And I always like to participate in the activity that they do. I wish all the Allidinians the best of luck. And then again, if there is any other occasion, we'll meet again. Thank you.
Today's program was excellent. We met so many people. We really didn't see them for a long time. We are very happy for the occasion. It was nicely done, very nicely organized, very well done. Thank you very much for calling us. Thanks. Bye.